under 1,000 and more than 500. And I'm like, that's about how many bags I have. But my mom really liked hearing that because she was my father's name. I was like, Mom, did you hear that? She's like, what? I'm like, under 1,000 and more than 500. I guess I use Opera GX to monitor. That's probably the best option. Ooh, Opera GX sounds cute. There we go. Right down in front. It is what it is. It's just, yeah. We'll have a debrief. Maybe not that mic so we can talk. And then they're only, those mics are so far away from us so we can. All right, I'll make an adjustment.
Mia Ochi, Treaty 4 Territory, Vancouver, Midwestern. My name is Casey Desjardins, and my spirit name is Pink Earth Woman. I come from Treaty 4 Territory, located in southern Saskatchewan, and I'm very honored to be here today with my team. Me and my partner, Dakota Bear, we Turtle Island Gathering a couple years ago. It was actually called Circles Festival. I've seen a few of you in the crowd that attended the first festival, and I'm so grateful for all the support, ongoing support through all the different movements that me and Dakota are a part of. The vision for Turtle Island Gathering, which is the very first event that we partnered up with Turtle Island Festival, which is all rebranded. And this gathering is very special and important to me because I'm bringing a lot of my kin from different corners of Turtle Island, different corners of the world to come together and unify our voice for one vision, for the Landback movement. And that's the vision and the mission behind of a lot of the work that I do, whether that's through Decolonial Clothing, Landback Records, Turtle Island Festival. It's rooted in these values and systems that I don't compromise. Me and my partner do not compromise. And unfortunately, Dakota couldn't be here today, but he sends his love and prayers to each and every one of you for being a part of this and holding space with us. It's a very powerful thing when we come together and we're collectively raising our vibrations and we're collectively sharing space and working on a goal and a mission and singing songs. And we have the medicines with Clarence George. And it's been a beautiful journey getting us to here today. Out of all the different walks of life that we all walk, we are here with that same mission, is to get this land back in all the different forms. We have the panelists coming up here to talk about their work with the land back movement and how they're constantly living out their original instruction, what that looks like every day and how it's always ever evolving and changing. And again, I'm just so excited and so honored to be here to share this space with you. Just a couple shout outs to our sponsors. We have the Law Foundation, who had helped us so immensely, Landback Records, Decolonial Clothing, and the Friendship Center. Tomorrow is the festival, so today is all about transmission of knowledge, sharing space together, educating and decolonizing colonial systems. And tomorrow is the party. So I want to see all of you guys there dancing, laughing, and bringing the same energy to gather together and celebrate, because I believe that is equally as important when we talk about land back work and when we gather as community, is that we're educating one another in a safe way, and then we're celebrating and honoring and holding up each other at the same time. So that's what it is: holding up each other, celebrating, learning, decolonizing, all the above. So again, my name is Casey Desjardins, and thank you so much for attending and supporting. Hi, hi, miigwech. I am just gonna bring my brother Pisam on the stage. He's been helping, he's part of our Turtle Island Festival gathering committee. So he'll just be talking to the program of events.
What's a pismo kanipo mas chacha wasus nisigason maskuchisak otsinia wapistan beakos kan otsinia an kananaskum tuna kakiwai sinuak naskumang kukumpan masumpan. So what I said is my name is Poor Child Stands by the Sun. This is my traditional name. This is how the spirits know me. My English name is Richard Smallboy, and my artist name is Bisam SB. I said I'm very grateful to you all here for being here today, and that I'm grateful to my late Kokums, my late Muslims, and to the ancestors of this land. I'm going to run through a couple of things. So I'll be your MC today, and I'm going to run through a couple of things that we have. So I'll share the program of events with you, and we have some amazing panelists today. I'm very, very grateful for the panelists that we have and that will be coming and sharing their knowledge and their experience and their education. So some topics that we'll be talking about today are decolonizing education. We'll be talking about ancestral food sovereignty, and we'll be talking about assimilative policy. So obviously these are topics that very adversely affect our people. And these are topics that we need to come together and talk about. And the way that we're going to do it is we're going to talk about the past, present, future. So all of our questions will be structured in a way that we're talking about the past, We have each question that looks at the past and reflection, that talks about the present, and then looks forward to the future. How are we going to make change? When we come together collectively, that is when we're at our strongest. And so we're going to talk about that because, for us, this is there's such a bigger picture here. When we come together, anything is possible. And so I'm very, very grateful to be able to share this program with you. We worked very hard to be able to put this together. And yeah, we're gonna have a free lunch. So first, we have our first panel is called Truth and Legacy, with all of the topics that I've talked about. Our second panel is called Resistance and Resurgence. And then we're gonna have a film by Kaya George, who I'm very grateful. She's from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I'm very excited to see this film. It is called Our Grandmother, the Inlet. And so I've heard a lot about it. I'm very grateful, and I hope that y'all, I know y'all are really gonna enjoy it. Then we have a free lunch coming by Bannock Busters. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, it's a surprise. And so, we're here to network and collab and to do all these things together, but, most of all, to share in that energy. When we come here and we share in that energy, that's what's most important. We're manifesting. Everything that we put into this is gonna come to fruition. All of these conversations that we have are gonna make a difference. And this is just the first. So I'm very, very grateful to everybody who's here to share in this. I see a lot of familiar faces, and I'm really looking forward to it. And then tomorrow, obviously, like Casey said, we will get to celebrate. We're gonna have a couple wellness moments in between. So Katisha, who is our moderator, Katisha Paul is gonna come in, and we're just gonna make sure that we have some wellness moments, that we're not just sitting in our seats and watching, and we get to move, we get to interact, and again, just sharing that. Self-care is the most important part of this work that we do. And at any time, we have Clarence George, very grateful as our elder and our spiritual person here, to make sure that if you're feeling any heaviness, you need to clear any energy, any anxiety, these are heavy topics to talk about. So we want to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves and taking care of our spirits, taking care of our medicine wheels. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Entrance, exit. I believe there's a fire exit down this way. Washrooms are just out to the right. Everything is being live streamed and is digital. So you're all going to be famous. And feel free to take any pictures. Feel free to take any pictures, take any videos. We want this to be shared. A lot of the stuff that we're talking about should be common knowledge, and we want the community to be able to hear what we have to say and to, be able to share in this moment, even if they can't be here today. And lastly, we're gonna have a Q&A at the end. So at the end of every panel, we're gonna have a Q&A, and we'll have, I think it might be myself, it might not be myself, but we're gonna have somebody that's coming around. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. So we've allotted some time so that you can interact with the panelists directly, and that anything that you might wanna ask or might want to be shared, they'll be able to address. Again, I'm very grateful to all of you for being here. And I'm gonna bring up Katisha Paul, who is our moderator, and she will be introducing the panelists. Naskunten.
I squeal! Good morning, everybody. It is a good day out there, and here we are all together as one. Antipatep yapol kulchas austenithanat zart lip statium swinimush seal nilch neten leilani riley nilch namen yakwelipton height zebka homashquim skomish delewatoth height zebka homoch mistimoch height zebka itomoch need to tomoch. Thichum eitschnoikel eitschqualo in natsamat mistimoch. E na quaella thecha eli. Kaquatla pinchnak nukwa kulchas and squatchy chat. Kukshamushkala. In Kukwa Iona Paul, not in Kukwa Eleanor Wells, in Spapta Alec Dan. I have three names. They are Tsep Yapelwit, Little Angel, and Katisha Paul. I come from the Tsartlip, Statlium, Swinomish, and Syilx nations. I am so honored to be here today. Thank you all, our people of the land. Thank you all for our visitors onto this land. I thank our Musqueam Squamish Staleototh relatives, and I want us to remember these good feelings that we share with one heart and one mind. It is going to be my great honor to be introducing this amazing panel, and I'm really looking forward to the conversations that we're going to be having today. I'm going to take a seat as we get into the panelists. So today, as Pisa mentioned, we're going to be talking about the past, future, and present. That is going to be our first panel. It's important to remember that we can't separate the three from each other. When we talk about the past, we're talking about the future. When we're talking about the present, we're talking about the past. And when we talk about the future, we're talking about the past and the present. It's inseparable because we're all connected. We're connected to our ancestors. We're connected to all of those beings who are here today living on this earth, and we're also connected to those who are going to be coming up after us. The format of this panel today, I just want to inform you all so you know what to expect. We're going to have 3 panelists, and I will be asking them questions. They're going to be very much related to the past, present, and future, separated each time. And so when you're hearing these questions, the answers, be mindful that what you're hearing is very specific to whether or not it's the past, present, or the future. They will all be talked about, so don't worry. We are reminded that we are all connected. And for each of them, they'll be speaking for roughly 4 minutes. And there will be time for questions after the panel as well, as mentioned. And if you have any additional questions, you can add them on social media, find their email and their contact lists. And you also have the ability to go on to Menti and enter in the code when it comes time for you to ask your questions. If you're too shy or, it's morning time and you don't want to necessarily talk on a microphone in front of people, and I get it. Right, so now I would love to introduce the panelists, and with each of them, please give them a nice warm round of applause. The first panelist that we have is Jessie. And Jessie, I apologize if I say this incorrectly. Your native name is Gwilakim Gabu. This panelist, Jessie, we'll discuss the history of the assimilative policy within Canada and how this policy impacts Indigenous peoples past and present. They will share insights on how to address such policies and systemic issues that create barriers for Indigenous nations to implement true and meaningful sovereignty. Our next panelist, I would love to invite up Claire. Claire focuses on decolonizing education. They will discuss the climate of education in relation to colonialism and decolonization of educational institutions. Current efforts and examples to address such systemic challenges will be shared. Thank you. And our final panelist is Ingrid. Ingrid is Maya and Mexican. They will be focusing on the ancestral foodways. They will discuss the efforts of Indigenous peoples reclaiming and implementing food sovereignty, decolonizing our food systems, and bringing back our native plants. They will share experiences and different approaches being used by individuals, communities, and nations working to regain control over their food. This is Ingrid. Also in our audience with Ingrid is their lovely daughter here in the front row in the purple, very sweet little girl. And I want to begin off with the 3 of you. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm honored to be in your presence. And as I mentioned earlier, Ina Ko'eletha Che'eli. Those who are working together are good to one another. And I see this now, and I'm glad to be a witness to the work that's transpiring here. We are in ceremony, and as we move through conversations, I want you to remember that in your heart as we speak. We're not just speaking to those that are here today, we're speaking for all of those in the past and the present and the future. I'll begin with you, Jessie. Can you just quickly introduce yourself? I'll give you each of you 1 to 2 minutes. We'll work from Jessie to Claire and then Ingrid.
Wasim Gaget, Siglam Hanak, Constable Wilsot, Denise, Zakoze, Skyze. I hold the name Gwilacham Gabu. yet my passport says Jesse Stopler. I Giksan and Matsudan, and I'm very, very happy to be here. Thank you so much for hosting us. I belong to Wilpspoke. We're a matrilineal society as Giksan and as Matsudan. And Vancouver is becoming a second home for me, and I always appreciate the people that I get to be around with here, and feel very honored. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Claire?
Ani Bojo, Claire Shannon Akawenzi Nadijnakas, Meknak Nidodam, Nyashanaming Nadonjaba, Vancouver, Musqueam, Slavitooth, Squamashaki, Nimama, Carrie Shannon, Nadede, Mike Akawenzi, Nanokamus, Bernadette Allen, Minoa, Marjorie Lesage, Nemijamis, Norval Michael Akawenzi, Minoa, Patrick Shannon. So what I shared with you is hello, my relatives. My name is Claire Shannon Akawenzi. I'm an Anishinaabe from the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation in Yashanaming, Ontario. I belong to the Turtle Clan, and within our clan responsibilities, we're often the teachers in our communities. And so again, these teachings, these gifts were developed over long periods of times through generations. And so we were the best that we could possibly be because we were always nurtured through our gifts. We were recognized in our gifts. And so I really honor that because again, because of colonization and dislocation and separation from family, I didn't know that for a really long time. And so I always think like that's blood memory because I became a teacher before I even knew that information. So that's how powerful that is. And I'll speak to that a little bit more. But I'm also Irish on my mother's side, and they come from Antrim County, Ireland. And so I'm in the process of like really working through that and recognizing that and what that means to me and the expression of that too. But that's a little bit about who I am. I am an educator for the Vancouver School District, and I've been so for a couple of years now. I retired, and then I came back. So it's constantly changing too. And I also work for an organization called iSpark, which is the Indigenous Sport and Physical Activity and Recreation Council. So I feel like I hold a lot of titles, but I am the daughter of Carrie Shannon and Mike Akawenzi. And I'm the granddaughter of Norval Michael Akawenzi, Bernadette Allen, Patrick Shannon, and Marjorie Lesage. And that's the most important thing to me is the people that I'm related to, the land that I come from, and all that good work. So miigwech, I'm happy to be here today.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ingrid Figueroa. I on my on my mom's side, we come from a region that it's been called the Sierra Soque in the Mayachul region in the southern part of Mexico. And on my dad's side, originally we come from a small town in the Totonaca in Veracruz, and the Purepecha people in Michoacan. So due to many stories through revolutions, wars, displacements, like my family has been moving through the territory, and I'm really happy and glad to be able to also through like the stories of displacement, but be able to find this place, my home, in the lands of the relatives of Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam. People that I have find like some good friends and an extended family, and I have two daughters, one 3 years old and one 7 years old, Mamaya, who is sitting there, Yanilka, and that it's really. I also carry some hats here, but I really carry like with me. It's like those stories that are been talking about like how like my family is like this, and the relationships how we've been resisting. and how we are still, and will be holding and taking care of those bundles, those seeds, those knowledge, and for the future generations, and honoring our ancestors. Well, I leave it there, and we'll be talking more.
Thank you. The beautiful thing about our introductions when we do them, and it's so seamless. We follow our protocols every single time, no matter where it is that we're from on these lands. You'll hear who the family is. You're calling in your ancestors to give you strength and the power to project your words, not just from yourself, but the spirits that are beyond us. And it's so wonderful that we mention our families first and then move on to what it is that we do, because we are people of the land before we're holding any other titles. And of course, our titles are important, but always remembering who we are right here, what it means to be Indigenous, always comes first. And our next question here, I want to ask you, Ingrid, first, and then we'll move in the opposite direction again, moving on to Claire and then Jesse. What does Landback mean to each of you?
Okay. Landback means in essential land, land on waters, and my understanding, what I think on the land, is the culture that it's around the land, as the ability that that we can reclaim and maintain, to be able to care of the land with those principles and values that we've been told, or that we know that like our ancestors did in the past, and essentially means like having the jurisdiction and the governance over the territory, and being able to hold those relationships, the relationships in the protocols and ways that that are on those values, to be able to to see the water running, and the birds, and all the all the four legs, all the rest of the relatives, the the plants that we supposed to be taking care and sharing the territory, and also means the ability to be able to to care of the of the sacred geography of or the territory of the landscape, in the with all the celebrations and ceremonies that we have, without asking permission to anyone, because like the permission, it's from our ancestors, and the permission it's from the takers of the land, and not from like other governors, like a government like imposing later rules into our lands, or the lands that we share.
Ditto. I'm just kidding. You just said that so beautifully, but I agree. And it really comes back to also those decision-making powers, because we're guided by thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of knowledge and information that we gained insight from this particular place. And so those decision-making powers should come back to those local nations, because land back is not just for Indigenous people, it's for everybody. And I think we can very clearly see, you know, in terms of climate change and everything that's happening in the world, there needs to be a change that needs to happen very, very quickly. And it is with Indigenous people, guided by Indigenous knowledge, backed by thousands of years, and the guidance of our ancestors, that change is going to be made. But it's also, I mean, that also relates to the physical return of those lands that were stolen from us, because within the land comes our power, it comes our language, it comes our connections to other living things. So not just people, but the land, the air, the water, the animals, it's all of those things that are combined. And yeah, there's just so much to say, and that really relates to my last question, so I don't want to give away the goodies. Yeah. But it's all of those things, but it is at the heart of decolonization, and it is the most powerful thing. I'm getting choked up, but it's so powerful. So I'm going to pass it off to Jesse Miigwech.
I think other than and I fully agree. Other than the actual physical act of getting land back, it has a lot to do with who we are as Indigenous people, who we are as settlers, and taking responsibilities in these roles. I think it's about creating framework and an environment that allows Indigenous people to make informed decisions on how they wish to govern themselves and the land. It has to do with identification. In my society, we strongly believe in the interconnection between land and beings, as humans, as animals, as two-legged, four-legged, winged. It doesn't matter. Trees. The connection is there, and it's not about ownership. It's about creating a space that allows for that. Across Turtle Island, we've seen and experienced so much invasiveness, framework and policies that created barriers, um, purposely so, put in place to restrict who we are and who we could become. It was set out to erase who we used to be and who we still are. But I believe that Landback incorporates all of these values. And I believe that Landback is, as much as we hope is in the future, is also in the past. And so therefore I thought it was very fitting that these questions were designed around both or future, past, and present.
Thank you all. It's so important to recognize that land back is so much more than just the land, as each of you had said. When we go back to the land, that means that we're sustaining our cultures. We're learning from those animals and all the beings and our plant life and our water and the airways. And so thank you so much, all of you, for answering that. For this next section, we're going to be moving on into taking it all the way back. We're going to go back to the past. And for each of you, I'll be asking you a question that's relating to the past. First, I'll start with you, Jesse. What is Canada's assimilative policy, and how did it impact your territory and people? How is it impacting you now as well?
Oh, where do I start? I feel and it speaks a little bit to the invasiveness that I had mentioned just a minute ago. These policies, these acts, this form of governance that's being forced on Indigenous people is designed and was designed to imply trauma, to imply forcefulness on who we are, with the purpose of containing us and getting to our resources, to our lands. And sadly, as humans, we are a culture of forgetfulness. We're very easy to forget. We're also very, very quick to adapt that this could be positive and this could be negative. I've mentioned this example a few times. If we look back, and I'm not talking shit about Egyptians, but they've built pyramids. And it wasn't that long ago, and they forgot how they did it. That's who we are as humans. Because we're designed and we're being told and we're being conformed into a space that tells us you need to be shooting for the newest, the best, the better, improve. And by doing so, we forget who we are. I believe that our future is in the past. And as Giksan and as Wet'suwet'en, I feel that we learn so much from our past that we cannot forget this This is something that we see in our protocols, in our laws. They haven't changed for thousands of years. They haven't changed because that is one of our laws, to not change, to not adapt that piece. Doesn't mean as people, as Indigenous, we can't evolve. We learned some of this during the Delgamuukw court decision, where the Crown, so-called Crown, tried to use this against us by arguing that we're not who we used to be because we now enjoy ice cream and we have windows in our houses and we drive to work in a vehicle. But it's a human right for us to evolve just as much as everyone else in society. That doesn't change who we are. There are core beliefs and there are core protocols that cannot change.
Thank you. And adding on to that, can you elaborate on some of the policies when we talk about something such as the reserve and pass system?
Absolutely. So, funny enough, aside from having a stronghold within our hereditary governance system, I'm also deputy chief for our nation. It's not anything that I ever strived for. It's not something that I would be necessarily proud of or hand out business cards saying, here's who I am. But that is who I am. And I chose this path out of necessity. I see there are ways in which, as upcoming generation, as youth, our ancestors, my ancestors, my matriarchs, and leaders have put their faith in to shape a generation that identifies and fills gaps within the system. The Indian Act, in all of its atrocities, is designed to diminish us. It's designed to contain us, and it's designed to keep us exactly in that spot. And through the hard work and trauma and tears of my ancestors and many other ancestors, we're now able to find our voice. That's not something we fought for. That's the generations before me. And it's my obligation and my duty to find ways in which we as people can still thrive and eventually take our rightful seat at the wheel. Indigenous people need to be in the driver's seat to break down these barriers. I've described this previously as a garden, and the federal government chooses framework and chooses policies that are also not to ever change if we were to follow these. I see, and this is something within the Gigsan language, we refer to our children as flowers, as Madzagale Galiaks, flowers downriver, that have the ability to grow in an environment that we shape. And it's my goal to see these flowers grow past these fences that can see what's on the other side, and that can have an environment where they can ask questions, hopefully question everything. But anyways, this is the vision that I have, and yeah.
Thank you so much for that. And for Claire, I want to ask you, how did Canada's education system come to be? How was it used as a tool of assimilation against our people? And how did our ancestors resist this?
So big question. So you might have to break it down for me in case I forget. But yeah, I think the education system in Canada has existed for a long time before Canada came to be Canada, obviously, and that we had our own expressions of education and what that looked like and how we taught our children and how we raised them to be and how we recognized their gifts and helped develop their gifts throughout their lifetime. But that's just it. We've always known how to raise our kids, how to treat our kids, and just hearing you say the language that you have for children is so beautiful, and that I've heard translated in Anishinaabe is like a spirit that was specifically placed here. And then I've heard other people say in like the Kwakwaka'wakw language that one expression of it is that it's their reason for living. And so again, like it's such an important part of who we are, is helping to develop and nurture our young people, those spirits throughout their lifetime. And so, we learned not just from people, but we learned from the land, we learned from plants, we learned from the water, and those, our teachers were all around us all the time, right? It wasn't just people. And what an incredible way of ensuring that knowledge was always passed. So we were always learning, always developing, always growing. And I think sometimes in our society today, we think of it like, we got to reach this pinnacle, and then we got to reach this pinnacle, and then that's the end, and then we got to reach this. And a lot of people don't do that. And again, there's reasons why that is so. And then there's also decisions that are made to not learn anymore, or that they shut down. But I think the thing in Canada is that we've all been taught a lie. And that is that our education system, what we now know, and the residential school system was based on this ideology that Indigenous people were savage, uncivilized, inferior. And I see it all the time in textbooks, and I see it repeated all the time. But that's a lie, because it was very clear when settlers came here that Indigenous people were not uncivilized and savage, but had incredible, complex understandings of the land, had technologies and innovations that we still use today, but people don't recognize or know that it's Indigenous innovations and technologies. So again, we're lie. It's all built on this lie. And the reason for that lie is because it helps to dehumanize us. It helps to erase us. And so by doing so, it makes it easy to remove us from our lands and our territories, to wipe out our knowledge, and to call it something else. And this happens all the time in education, where they're like, oh, we've got this new exciting breakthrough in education, and it's called intergenerational learning. And it's this idea that children could learn from elders and could learn from all, and it's just like, oh my goodness. And I see this all the time, but it's so entrenched in the system. And so we are all brought up into this, and it's part of that decolonizing that we really need to do, because we've been taught this lie for so very, 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 very long. But the ultimate goal was, again, to remove Indigenous people from the land, to sever their connection, their inextricable connection and understanding to place, to our stories, to our relatives, right? I hear elders talk about, like, I see myself in this mountain, like, how powerful is that? Like, we are a reflection of our land. Our language is a reflection of the land. So they have to remove us very forcefully. And of course, we know through violence, of course. But again, by teaching non-Indigenous people this information too, right? People will say, oh yeah, they were uncivilized. That's why they did it. They were inferior. That's why residential schools were created. It's not. And so that's why, like, this understanding is still so inherent in our education system. And that's why it's such a challenge. But I also want to speak to, because we sort of know the residential school system, right? First residential school, I literally wrote it down. I'm really, really bad with dates. 1831 was the establishment of the first residential school, was in Brantford, Ontario. It was the Mohawk Institute. And the residential schools were popped up all across Turtle Island. And they say there's about 130 residential schools, but there's actually more than that. So again, yet another lie. And they were oftentimes put far away from our traditional territories, sending our young people off. So I won't go into that because I think we've heard that story a lot of times. But I want to really emphasize that we resisted all along the way. And literally every person in this room would not be in this room if our ancestors did not resist colonization, assimilation at every opportunity. Like, how crazy is that? Literally just you sitting here is a result of assimilation. You are actively, sorry, not a result of assimilation, is a result of your resistance. We are resisting every day. And so we're not meant to be here because ultimately they had to remove us. That's in the Indian Act, right? That we have status. We're the
I'm
only
sorry to cut you off there. Can you
Oh,
just wrap
no.
up your last thought?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I could go on for days. But that's the thing. We're actively resisting all the time. And I'll hopefully give you some answers there too.
Thank you so much. And yeah, of course, yeah, let's give that a round of applause. I really appreciate your passion. And you're right, we haven't just sat here laying on our backs doing absolutely nothing as we've been through generations of assimilation. We've been fighting and resisting this whole time. So thank you so much for that. Ingrid, moving on to food sovereignty. What did food sovereignty look like pre-colonization? And for the next question, how did settler colonialism impact this in your territory? And just as a reminder, we do have 4 minutes per question and answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I also agree with all of you. Like, it's the waving process of the long stories and the short stories that at the end is like those visions that keep imposing in the people in our peoples. But when I think in the long story, like pre-colonialism, and through like things that we're resisting, I think in like people just to be people, like the people from my mother come from, they say they Lactians. That means like the people from the Milpa or from the Three Sisters system, and that means like by being people is that like a person can be a human itself, like astrological astronomers can be an agriculture can be a poet, like a person was like connected by one. It wasn't we like the understanding of the knowledge system wasn't like compartmented. It wasn't divided, and I think that's the big change on the paradigm around like ourselves in relationship with the territory, so then with the food, because by having that understanding, like you don't you're supposed to carry on the work that is related to yourself to survive. Like that means that you need to take care of your food. That means that you need to do whatever you have to do to even harvest, hunt, fish, or grow like your food. And in the minute that you oppose or leave that work in other people, it's not only like oppression and slavery going there, but that means like you become another social class, right? Because then like you can use your time to just like be consuming and generating other stuff. But in the past and still is like there's still elders people that live like that in that coherence, that they take care of their lives in a holistic or in a totalitarian way. Um, and that's why um, I was thinking like this morning on all this, like what means in the pre-colonialism, because that's what I think that it's been breaking, because we've been educated in all these schools. Like in my story, we've been like really sadly like over 500 years of uh, assimilation, colonialism, destruction, all the things that we know. Just 1 minute. But in the territories of my parents, like um, uh, it was like over 500 years ago that the first Spaniards arrived, and the Soke people, they would try to defend like the land, but they came down like through the territory, and they kill so many people because they have guns and also diseases and all that, and like similar story like that we all know. But what happened is like they start changing the landscape, and by changing the landscape, it means like it becomes like a monoculture agriculture. So then it became like a space of like the land, it's planting banana crops everywhere, and my relatives, they have to work like from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to sustain like their daily lives. And there's still happening like extraction of some like mining, like the river, like the land. It's still like getting that things to the point that like. mm, I feel like we're just really lucky that even though that my family, like we're like so far of understanding like all this story, like we carried like the practices, like my family, it's
Sorry, Ingrid,
still
can you just wrap up on your last thought? Thank you.
my like my family, and that's what I try to do with my daughters, is like we're still living around the milpa, we're still like living together, we are still like trying to be who we are, like honoring, putting tobacco down, like honoring our relationships and our ancestors as they did in the past, and that's where I want my daughters to keep doing.
Thank you so much. When we think holistically, we get more done. I find that if there is any type of compartmentalization, it's more difficult because there's a lack of communication between those compartments. So thank you for mentioning that. How are you all feeling in the crowd here? Would you like to have a short little 1-minute breather before we transfer on into the present? Perfect. All right. So if you feel up to it and if you're able to, I would like everybody, including panelists and all of those who are working hard here, to stand up. And what we're going to do, I just want you to envision yourself as any type of animal that moves. It's healthy for us to move, and I just want us to think of moving around our bodies, shaking everything off, shake off all of that. Let's say a drop of water comes onto you and you're like, oh, I need that. Get out of here. I don't want that. Dry yourself off of your legs. Get rid of all of that heavy weight. Take away all of that. Do one little spin if you can. Is that capable? If you have the space to. Yeah, I like what you guys are doing there. Shake everything. Shake, 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 shake. As we move on into the present, I want you to shake off all of those past traumas and just let it go for at least this moment. Right here, let's heal in ourselves and our bodies and do one last shake of the arm, one last shake of the other arm, shake of the leg, and the other leg, and the arm one more time. Okay, cool. Now we're ready to move on into our next section. Zoom on past the past and into the future. Oh, thank you. The present. Something about the present as a gift. Let's see here. So when we think about our past and moving on into our present, it's vital for us to never forget those who had worked on before us. Our ancestors worked diligently to get to where we are today. And it is because of their efforts that we are sitting here. We're capable of moving around, capable of using our voices today in the present. And I want us to remember that as we move on to these conversations. And thank you so much for your answers earlier. Again, we have 4 minutes per question. And I will start with Ingrid for this question as in the present. Ingrid, what is an example of how ancestral foodways is helping to reconnect traditional foods to land and people?
Yes. Well, in the work that we do at Ancestral Foodways, especially this space that we take care at what is named Strathcona Park, but is we try to build a space where to be able to practice self-determination. Because what happened is that we're like so disconnected of what means to take care of our relationship with the plants and future, that we need like kind of more of these spaces, like especially in urban areas, that connection has been like definitely taken away by the changing of the landscape, like by putting buildings and concrete. So I think like having spaces where to recreate self-determination and the relationship to foods and lands, and safe spaces to engage and build extended family, and learn how to make decisions in an intertribal, in a collective way. It's some of the ways that how was like the question. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, of course. I can also extend to that to ask you, what barriers and opportunities have you faced when it comes to connecting people with food?
I think like, and it's not only with food. I think like with all like the like as Indigenous peoples, like the main thing that we're facing is like the influence of all the trauma and all the pressure of the multi crises, such as opium, homelessness, and all the now you just get really. I think that's the biggest challenge. Like see friends, see relatives stuck in that road, and not having like all the capacity to have a safest, like almost like a territory, like a safe space, like to go through that. I think that's the biggest challenge.
Thank you. And thank you for holding your passion in your words and being vulnerable in this space. As we mentioned earlier, this is ceremony. And when we are vulnerable enough to speak our truths and to let people know what's on your heart and your mind, we hear your words and we resonate with them so deeply into our own roots. So thank you so much, Ingrid. And I think we all need that collective breath. Ready? Okay. Moving on to Claire. And when we talk about education, in your experience, what are you witnessing as tangible ways our people are decolonizing education?
I won't go over my time. I'm very mindful, very demure. So I've got a whole list of things, but that's the great thing is there's so many things that are happening right now where people are practicing decolonization every single day. And that's really like being really reflective, being mindful. Oh my God. And yeah, kind of checking what our unconscious biases are. And that's active. We're actively doing it. As I said, we've all been colonized, we've all been taught the lies, and they're deeply ingrained in us. So having to do that is hard work, but that is decolonization in practice too. So that's one thing for sure. And I want to share too, I work with a lot of different educators all across BC, and I hear a lot of things. And one time I was at a workshop and a teacher came up to me and she says, so I don't mean to sound racist, right? But why is it that the Indigenous students in my class perform so much lower than all of the other students? And it's like, okay, we just spent 3 hours together, you know? But again, it goes back to like, we've been taught this over and over and over again. And again, it's coming from so many places. And the problem too is that when we hold these low expectations, like it's oftentimes not steeped in reality, but we hold these expectations regardless, right? And so what happens is we, as teachers, treat our students differently. We don't think that they're going to succeed and we treat them differently. And our students pick up on this. Our students are intuitive. That is children's beautiful gift is they're so intuitive. And so what happens is, again, unconsciously, they also tend to perform lower. And then it's this like negative feedback loop where then they're going to like, oh, well, it's because they're Indigenous. And that's the problem. And because we've been taught this education, this lie, it keeps perpetuating itself. And so that work is really important to do. That constant learning is really, really important to do. I'm going to also say, oh yeah, like, again, not focusing on the atrocities of our communities, but really uplifting those stories of resistance and resilience, and especially of our young people. Like I think of Shannon Kustachin, that she was from the Attawapiskat First Nation, but like there's so many, which is so incredible. It's our young people that are doing that really, really good work, and we need to hold them up as much as possible because they're the ones that are making that change. But because reserves are oftentimes so underfunded, they didn't have access to a clean school. And so the work that she did was all around that. And she actually ended up passing away because of a car accident because she had to leave her reserve. So again, these assimilation policies are still in place. Adequate schooling is not available on reserves and they still have to leave. So the residential school system is not done. It still exists today. And so knowing that information gives us our power and the knowledge to make that change. Okay, 1 minute. Sorry, guys, I'm like rushing off on these. But I also want to say this one too, because, you know, I see some familiar faces in the crowd that are part of the Native Indigenous Teacher Education Program. And it's these programs that have been established by, you know, people before us that really had to break down a lot of barriers in order for this programs like this to become a thing. So again, it provided a pathway for Indigenous teachers to enter the education system where they were not, and of course at a time we lost our status, we were enfranchised if we went to school. So having more Indigenous teachers is really important as well, and they've created pathways from high school into the NITEP program to do that. NITEP's also done field schools as well, closer to reserves, closer to communities, so that you're not having to leave your families, which is a huge barrier for getting post-secondary education, and so many other things. I'll write a blog one day, maybe.
Thank you for that. And for our last speaker here on the present times, and it goes along too with the previous speakers when we talk about sovereignty and what these assimilative policies are doing to affect our own sovereignty that we have never surrendered, just as we've never surrendered our lands. And so, Jesse, in your opinion, what is the major assimilative policy that is directly affecting your people today? And along with that, what is your nation doing to protect and assert your sovereignty?
I mean, you're asking me to narrow this down to one problem. I think there is far more than one problem. It's like many other aspects that we're finding at the current landscape when it comes to politics, when it comes to major industry, for example. It's a matter of identifying accumulative impacts. When it comes down to policy, in my opinion, a lot of times it takes us right back to identification, who we are, where we came from. In order for me to know where I want to go, I need to know where I came from. And at the current and past landscape, these policies were designed to control a narrative that does not reflect who we are as Indigenous people. It does not allow room for us to honor protocols that we've upheld for thousands of years. It does not allow space for us to gather and act in our governance the way we should. I do, however, see a rising movement of a young generation that, despite these obstacles, found a way to grow into healthy, wonderful, beautiful people and flowers. And that is solely based on the hard work and the tears and the pain and the trauma of our ancestors, that despite all the obstacles they faced, were able to pass down traditions, protocols, knowledge in a way that was designed to be picked up by a youth in a playful way, while overcoming trauma, multi-generational trauma. And these young people are currently shaping a space that allows for growth. And that is absolutely new for us as Indigenous people, at least over the last 500 years, I would say.
Thank you so much for that. And we were talking backstage earlier about the amazing work of the youth in your community. What do you think is driving our youth to make these changes? And maybe, if not that, then how have we created that space for them? And how do we continue to create space for youth to thrive in the beauty and the Indigenous excellence that they carry?
Really simple answer. I think excellent leadership that is being reflected at multiple levels, especially with heavy, heavy influence based on hereditary governance models. There is a sense of pride that comes with what it means to be Indigenous. And I think it's the fact that we've created a space that allows for people to even grow into that. You know, I over the last week, I was able to witness our own youth group overcome some hurdles on a political level that we have been working on for a very long time. We're still facing huge industrial mega projects that are impacting us as Indigenous people, as Giksan, as Wet'suwet'en, as Tsimshian, as Niska. And it was absolutely, it was tremendous to witness young people in a respectful way, while following protocol, make decisions and hold current leadership accountable to their actions.
Thank you so much for that. And all of us here, we have that deep understanding of the protection of our children. All of us in the crowd and those of you who are watching online, we understand how important it is for us to have our children with us, have them in our arms reach, so that way we can give them that warmth of a hug, wrap them in that blanket, and tell them that they are precious and they are looked after, and we hold so much pride in who they are, and we're proud of them. We're proud of all of the young people of today doing the hard work, working in spaces that weren't designed for us. So thank you so much. Before we move on into
A super quick addition to that. I think including youth and including the next generation on everything we do is absolutely crucial. I see this a lot within our society. I hold myself accountable to that. It's a matter of shaping a realm in which we can create a new normal. I think humans are, and I mentioned earlier how we can be so adaptive. Let's use that to a positive impact by creating a new normal, by holding our own accountability up, and by the time this generation takes over and is in the driver's seat, they're not being overwhelmed by making a whole bunch of decisions and I already have relationship. I think that's very, very important.
Thank you so much for adding that. As we move forward into the future, before that, I just want to let the crowd know that seeing as we were running on Indian time, we may not have too much time for audience questions in person, but we do have the Menti. And if you want to log into that, the code is 36550. Again, that's 36550. And you can ask any questions to our wonderful panelists here. You could let them know about what really strung a chord in your heart and your mind, and what you liked about their words that they're sharing today. And if we were to have questions in the end, that there'll be a runner as well to just let you know. You will have the mic space, so that way we can hear you clearly up here. Moving forward, just one moment. I'm looking to those who are running. Is it okay if we skip the second wellness break? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Maybe we can just do one quick deep breath all together. I wanted to do that Grinch thing. I don't know if you guys watched it. There's a video and he just like screams after the one breath. I won't do it. Maybe after, when I don't have the microphone. Perfect. And when we talk about the future, it's so hard to distinguish it and compartmentalize it away from the past and the present, because you said so eloquently earlier, the future is in the past. The future is in the past. So when we talk about the future, we have to remember those protocols. We have to remember the teachings of those who are with us today, those who have passed on before us, and those who will be here with us after we are gone. And I'll move to you, Jesse, on what is your vision for the future going forward in addressing assimilative policy in Canada?
Ultimately, in a healthy future, we wouldn't even be talking about something like an Indian Act or reserve systems or what it means to be a blood quantum status Indian. That's not who we are as humans. That's not how we should interact with each other. In the future, hopefully, we have enough relationship built with the ones surrounding us and with the ones upholding us, and also with the ones opposing us, that we're in a position to make informed decisions, that our children and their children are in a position to make informed decisions, that they're in a position where they can ask questions without having to fear a policy that oppresses and impacts their decision making. It is also very, very important, and this takes me right back to the beginning, to not forget. And I feel that's something I find often within our culture, that we commemorate events and stories. They're not necessarily written, but they're oral history. They're being depicted in artwork. And they're there to remind us to hold future generations accountable to the hardship that we've endured and that others have endured. And most of all, and this is something I have to apologize in advance for my language, that we're always in a position where we can fuck around and find out.
Yeah, I think that deserves a round of applause. Yes, for sure. we we have such a wonderful way of speaking, and I love the way we use humor all of the time. Sometimes we can be talking about something so traumatic, but if we're not laughing, we're crying, and laughter is healing, crying is healing. So thank you for bringing in that humorous part of who we are as Kolmoch Mistimuch. Claire, in your opinion, what does a vision of decolonized education system look like for our future?
And again, I go back to the beginning in our icebreaker question, because I don't think that we can have a decolonized education system if we don't have Landback. And the programs or the things that are put in place that are really working are those land-based education programs. And so there's one in particular that it's called Dechinta. This is the Yellowknife Dene in consultation and in collaboration with the University of British Columbia, which has that kind of connotation too, but they are doing really incredible work. And it's based in that intergenerational teaching where there's, pre-K students all the way through, and they even have adult education. So they're constantly learning from one another. And again, that's a reflection of our traditional forms of education, is that learning would take place across generations. But it's also on the land. And again, when we talk about land back, it's that returning those decision-making powers to our people and revitalizing sustainable practices and traditional ecological knowledge that has sustained us as a people for, again, since time immemorial, for thousands and thousands of years. And so again, we can't really decolonize until we have that. So the system of a decolonized education system would probably not look anything like it does today, but there are examples of it, and that's really exciting too. But I also think about that we would be developed and nurtured as whole human beings. And I know you use that word holistic, and that's really important too, because we're spiritual people, we're spiritual beings, we're physical beings, we're intellectual, emotional, social, we're all of those things. And a decolonized education system would wrap around all of those aspects of the person. And that's really the only way forward too. There's a lot of pieces to that. It's also based in our language as well. And again, in our language, entrenched in our language, is all of the information that our ancestors knew that we would need going forward. And so again, we have to also start to learn our language. And it's really, really hard, but it's those steps every single day. So I see it in land, I see it in language, I see it in the land back movement. I see it in taking care of one another, taking care of ourselves, knowing who we are and knowing where we come from. And ultimately, I look at the young people in the room and I just do it. I'm so excited for you. And I just hope that we continue to really support our people in that work. And it also starts with ourselves too. I talked about that as well. We got to do a lot of work for ourselves and supporting one another in that work, but so many things. But I think it comes back down to land back, really simply.
Yeah, that's so true. And what we talked about earlier as well, with we can't separate the land from who we are. We are the land, we are the water, we are the trees, we are all of our animals and our beings and our relatives. And I'm really looking forward to more organizations and nations and institutions really grasping on to the fact that we are intellectual beings. We hold knowledge. It's in our epidemiology, we hold our ancestral teachings, as you said earlier. We hold knowledge that exceeds all expectations that the settlers think of us, and we have to be recognized at the same level as any type of scientist, to say we know which way the water is going to go. We know the currents. We've known this for generations. Trust us, because we know how the water works. We know how the air is going to move. We know what indicator plants are going to be telling us when the salmon runs are coming. We don't need science. And we need our own people. We need our elders. We need our tets and our papas and our knowledge keepers to be telling us all of this. So thank you for that. And really exciting work. I'm looking forward to it. Ingrid, what does reclamation of food sovereignty look like for you in your future?
It's complex because it's like when we think about food sovereignty, it's not. It's like the food. It's everything. Like the food is like the things that we put in our mouth to become like it's the spirit that we put in there. It's the land that it's coming from. It's the people who's been cooking it. It's like all the relationships that are behind like whatever we put in our mouth. So that means it's cultural, it's territory, and it's knowledge. So when I think in food sovereignty, I think like a cultural and food sovereignty, because there's that process of reclaiming uh, like the land, as you've been saying, is like that cultural process. And there's like big challenges in terms of institutional challenges. One thing I see is how we crack the wall that we can be able to serve traditional foods, calling game meat, seaweed, and things like that in the schools, like to the to the young generations. How we do that in a way that it's recognized that like smoked salmon, seaweed, game meat, it's been eaten for centuries and it's food safe. Um, and how we like rebuild like and revitalize like that practices of like bringing the people to or to do the harvest, the hunting, and all the things that we need to do through the seasons to gather foods to survive. How we build up like those relationships and the spaces in relationship with institutions, schools, um, like and the relationship also with the with the with the elders, with the knowledge keepers, and the recognition of that total like that weight of knowledge is not only knowledge itself. It's not only intellectual knowledge. It's wisdom, uh, and and having like that wisdom, that wise, as part of a precious cultural, a precious value that we uphold, and because at the end, like as humans, we learn from attitudes. Uh, how like we can uh, have those spaces when we can like as Jess was saying, like in a really playful and natural way learn those attitudes, like and that comes from the example that we're putting, like, and that's coming like again like to us, like the responsibility to try to be the best person that we can. Try to do the best we can to whatever is your food system that you're holding behind. In ancestral foodways, we carry about like 4 food systems in the main food systems in Turtle Island, because it's like the relationships that come together, which is the salmon, the potatoes, the corn, and the bison or buffalo. And we try to gather those foods and all the around their food systems, around those food systems, to make them available to the people, to have them like free access. Well, free, but also comes with the responsibility that, like, when we're like cooking together, like when we're doing something together, like that means that everybody needs to take a role in the space. So there's children to take care, there's dishes to be washed, there's gardens to be taken after, there's highs that need to be looked after. Like there's always something to do. And yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there. What I just to wrap up, it's like what I see is like the future is like having more like educational spaces, like around like everywhere. We need more. We need like the funding, especially like the funding to sustain those spaces, because like cooking or having like a traditional food in like a salmon in your plate, like the economic value that is behind like all the amount of work that needs to be there, it's not way that like just like our communities can handle that prices. So we need to be able to find like the ways that have that food justice process there to make it accessible.
Thank you, Ingrid. Yeah, I am totally looking forward to the young men in my family going hunting for this season. I want some moose. So that wraps up the question answer for us here. I just want to say thank you again for voicing what's on your heart and your mind. And the best thing that I realized as all of you were speaking is that you are the keepers of history. You are writing history that will then be read out for future generations. You are all doing beautiful, inspiring work that does not go unnoticed. And I'm proud of each of you. We've known each other for a short time here, but I can't wait to see what all of you have next. You, from what I hear, instill that pride in others and who we are as people of the land. And it is so important for all of us to stay connected, to ensure that we're working together with our ancestors and the knowledge that they passed down through generations, working together with all of the nations and organizations and governments, no matter how difficult it may be in these institutions, working together as Natsamat Mestimuk with one heart and one mind to ensure that we're getting the work done for our future generations to then be able to celebrate and thrive in who it is and be proud of what their skin looks like, how their language sounds, what it is that they look like when they're dancing, how it sounds when they sing, how prideful they are when they walk out onto the land and look at a tree and learn about what that tree stands for. We stand tall like that cedar tree, always and forever. So thank you so much. And I'm so honored to sit here with each of you. We have time for one question in person. If anybody here in the audience has a question for one of the panelists, and I'll let the three of you decide on who takes that up, depending on the question. Is there anybody here that would like to share a question with our panelists here? Yes, of course. Our code for the Menti, it's menti.com, and it's 36550. 36550. If there's no questions here in the room, oh, we have one here.
Tansei, hello, my name is Shayla Olette Stonechild. Thank you all for sharing a bit of your story and your purpose and what you're here to do. Oftentimes within these talks, sometimes I feel overwhelmed or like I don't know where to start. And so for each one of us in the audience here, what is one actionable step that we could implement in our daily life or even today in regards to supporting food sovereignty, in regards to supporting education, policy, the Landback movement? Like, what is one step that we could do leaving this room today? Hi.
There's a really short answer to that. Celebrate it. Celebrate all of it. That's one thing that we most of the times forget to do. We're so busy solving problems. We're so busy solving problems that others should solve, but they're not doing their work. So we see the responsibility to do it for them in the interest of the betterment for all of us as humans, not just Indigenous people. We have to recognize that we live in a society that consists of more than just Indigenous people. And that's not going to change anytime soon. So decision making has to come from a standpoint, in my opinion, that is for the betterment of all. And the quickest and the easiest way to do this on a daily basis is to not forget to celebrate. There's so many things that we face on a daily basis that can keep us down, that tax us, that just take a lot of energy. But I think human interaction, face-to-face celebration is probably the best way to keep your love tank and your energy levels up.
Thank you for the question. It's so important. I recognize that when we're in these spaces as well, you feel so inspired, and there's so many different ways and different directions that you can go, and it is amazing to hear about the ways that we could celebrate. We celebrate every aspect of our lives, and we see it in our ceremonies as well. There's so many celebratory ceremonies that we have to celebrate the birth, to celebrate the coming of age, to celebrate even death, and to celebrate marriages and the joining of our nations. We celebrate all of the time and the knowledge that we carry and who we are and where we come from and what it is that we eat. We can't have a celebration without a feast ever. And I'm thankful for your answers. It's so important, of course, for all of us to feel that joy, to feel that spark of happiness, and to laugh together and to share meals together, as we will be doing soon. I'm looking forward to having some bannock. We have one more question, and then we'll come to the closing. We have a question here on Menti, and it asks, as settlers, how can we better practice and contribute to the Landback movement, whether that's in policy, education, food systems, or other spaces?
Now, you don't know me very long, but I'm extremely wordy. But one thing I would say too, in terms of education is, taking those steps to like know which territory you belong to, or that you live on. We hear those like tags of I live, work, play on these territories, but what does that really mean? And so what is it that those nations are looking forward to do? What are their goals? What are the things that the initiatives they have? And just learning from those people is a really simple answer. But yeah, really hearing out the people whose territory you're on would be my quick answer.
Thank you so much. And do you want to close up with one last comment, Ingrid?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. Like come around, like, and listen, and then like slowly with the years, I'm saying years, build up a relationship of trust, and then maybe then like ask and just be useful, like see yourself in something where you can help, but always ask first. Not try to solve things, please.
And have relationship, like have relationship with everyone around you and with your environment. I think that holds yourself accountable, regardless of who you are, Indigenous or non-Indigenous.
That's so true, and that's been one theme that we've seen here throughout the conversation is to speak our truths, to build those relationships, staying connected with one another, and having the authentic relationships, the ones where we sit down and have tea and coffee and really speak about what it is that we're wanting to do and what we're bringing to the table. That's what I find is another important value add when we do the territorial acknowledgements. What I like to ask people and what I like to hear is, what are you bringing to the table? What is your intent on being here? How are you showing up into our circles? What are you carrying with you, and what are you going to leave at the door? And how can we all work together to better clear the path for the future? Thank you all again. Thank you all, people of the land, for sharing who you are and the work that you do. I'm truly inspired, and so is the audience here. Can we get a big round of applause, please? I believe we have some gifts to share. And before that, though, we have Kaya coming up. Do we want to do the closing first or the gifts first? Okay, perfect. I'll turn it over to you then. Thank you all so much.
Amazing. Could we hear it one more time for our panelists and our moderator? What an honor and gift it is to be able to share space like this and to share this energy. And so what we wanted to do is to honor our guests and our speakers here, because we realize that this is protocol. So we wanted to be able to gift you. If you could stand in the middle here, and we'd like to honor you by gifting you and blanketing you. Hold on.
As these blankets are being wrapped, I just want to mention it's a part of our co-sailors protocol. This blanket isn't just a physical item. As they're wrapping them, what they're doing is letting them know that whatever feelings that they hold in their heart, any support that they gathered from you, any thoughts that you have as you were going through in our conversations today, if you ever need that extra strength, each and every one of you as our speakers, if you ever need it, to feel that energy again that you felt here today, and the support and the love and the additional guidance and the new family that we have joined together, just grab this blanket, wrap yourself in it, and you'll always have the warmth of the people that are here today.
We're so grateful that you could join us and share your knowledge and your education and your experience. And so we wanted to offer these gifts and to blanket you to honor the protocol of these lands, and also to honor our hearts, because we're very grateful for you to come and to share this. So now. And what we'll be doing now is queuing to Kai Georgia is going to share a little bit about her film. And then after that, we will watch the film, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll watch the film. I just got antied. So thank you again, and we're very grateful, and I hope that we can all hold and keep this information in our minds and our hearts and let them be connected. Now. And Kaya, if you'd like to come share a little bit about, I'm very excited to hear this. Thank you all so much.
Hi, Chica. Muy bien, ¿y tú? Sí, sí. Gracias. Hi again, everybody. I don't know if I should like sit or stand. Am I like? I'll stand. Stand. It's chill. I'm gonna talk about my favorite thing in the world to talk about. My film I directed. It is called Our Grandmother, the Inlet, and I co-wrote, directed, produced, and starred in it. A bit of everything. And it premiered almost a year ago at Vancouver International Film Festival. I was like just super excited to get in, and then we ended up getting honorable mention for Best Canadian Short, and that was really cool. And it's gone on to Imaginative, it's gone on to Big Sky Documentary Film Festival, Mariland in New Zealand. It just got into a festival in York, and it's been all over. I was just in Belgium last month, just showing it, and before that New Zealand, and right before that Mexico. So it's been like a wild ride, just sharing my work. And I just last weekend shared it with my community for the first time. So it traveled the world just to come back home, and I feel like that was like closing that chapter, which is so beautiful to have my elders sit there and really take it in. Because what it's truly about is my community and our creation story. That's what the title references. Tsleil-Waututh directly translates to people of the inlet. And the way we see the inlet is as our oldest grandmother, as the legend goes. Our oldest grandfather was walking along the shore, and he looked up at Creator and he said, "Why am I gonna walk this earth if I'm gonna walk it alone?" And he felt really lonely. And so he suddenly had this urge to dive deep into the inlet and grab 2 handfuls of sediment and place them on top of cedar boughs on the shore. And he fell asleep in the hot sun. And when he woke up, there was a beautiful woman lying next to him. And that was our first grandmother. But the way me and my grandma see it, my ta'a, who's right there, it's my actual ta'a who plays the inlet. And I couldn't have it any other way. She's an amazing actress. But the way we see it is where like she had a lot of agency in that decision. I remember even when my dad first told me the story of our people, our creation story, I was like, why does the girl have to be mud? I'm pretty sure women make men, not the other way around. And he was like, no, it's not like that. We're all descended from her equally. All the men and all the women and all the people in our community, we all come from her. And the way we see it, me and my ta'a see, is she fell in love with him first. She seen him grow up on the shore, and she decided to transform into a human being and live out the lifespan of a human being to be with him. And so it's a beautiful story, and I owe my existence to it, and all the Tsleil-Waututh people owe our existence to that story. And so it's not my story isn't necessarily about that. It references it, but mine is my own personal connection to the water. It starts off with a lot of the hardships I faced, being a young Indigenous youth in Vancouver and East Van. There's a lot of scenes of East Vancouver because I love East Van in there, and yeah, it shows the trials and tribulations and just the hard feelings of being disconnected from yourself, disconnected from your culture, disconnected from nature. I wrote it actually during like lockdown and COVID, and I just crossed the border and I was like isolating for like 2 weeks. It was like really intense. And I would sneak out every day and just go to a park and watch the sunrise, because that's what really helped heal me, is just being around nature and going to the water. So I wrote it at like a really dark time, and I feel like I need to warn people now, because people are like, oh, I didn't know it'd be so sad. I'm like, it is sad in the beginning, but at that time I ended up writing a happy ending I didn't see for myself at that time. So it ends spoiler, whatever. It ends on a high note, like in a good way. I feel like I wanted to give myself hope and also other Indigenous youth hope who would watch it. And so, yeah, it references the creation story, but a lot of the idea came from a lot of environmental work I was doing. I've been advocating for the protection of the Burrard Inlet since I was about 12 years old. We've been fighting against the Trans Mountain Pipeline, me and my family, for over half my life. And people would ask, why does such a small nation of just over 600 people fight so hard against a multi-billion-dollar industry, multi-billion-dollar corporation called Kinder Morgan? And we would say, and I would say, the inlet means everything to us. It's who we are. It is our name, and it's our oldest grandmother. The love that I see, the love that I feel when I look out at the water is the same love I feel when I look at my grandmother. And that's why I feel like it was really, really important for her to portray the inlet. The love I feel like on screen is really genuine, and even the concern she feels, all of the emotions are really genuine. And so that's why it's the most holy, it's the most sacred place in the world to us. Just that water, just over there, the Broad Inlet. And yeah, that was part of the inception of the idea. And at the time, I was doing like a ton of environmental work. I was working as a divestment campaigner, and I feel like the numbers weren't really reaching people. And so I came across a quote one day by Tony Cade Bambara. It goes like, "It's the artist's job to make the revolution irresistible." And yeah, yeah, I feel that's how I felt. That's what I did when I first read that. And that it changed my life. I felt I wanted to not only express myself and express like what's in my spirit to heal the world and heal the water, but also to heal myself. And because it's really taxing on you to be constantly fighting and constantly advocating as just a teenager. It was really heavy, and I feel like this film said all of the things I was trying to say on so many different ways and on the front lines for so many years in just one place. And I'm really proud of it, and I'm also like it took like 3 years to make. It was like a labor of love. It's shot on 16mm film because I was just like, I don't know, I just really like the aesthetic of it. And all of the scenes are shot on 16mm film except the underwater scene that had to be digital because there's a lot of reasons why. But um, it was such a labor of love, and we ended up having a crew of 27 people, and most roles, I think over half of the cast and crew were Indigenous, and for all the key creative roles that were Indigenous, we had Indigenous mentees who were shadowing those roles as well. And yeah, the process was just as important as the product. So I feel like we proceeded in that way, the way that I was taught, and had my grandmother start each day on set with a prayer. And yeah, like I said, it was such a labor of love. It was currently licensed by Air Canada, so it's continuing to fly around the world as we speak right now. And so, but I still get really happy to show it to people and at private screenings. And yeah, and I recently filmed my next project, which is why I'm kind of happy to like close this chapter. This is probably one of my last screenings, but I don't know, who knows. I just filmed a series for National Geographic 3 weeks ago, and maybe, yeah, I'd say about 3 weeks ago. And it's a series about orcas and matriarchy, and how there's a lot of parallels between the Coast Salish matriarchy and the orca pod system, which is a matriarchal society. And so the way a lot of their communities are ran by the grandmothers is the same way my community is ran. And we just explore a lot of those parallels. And yeah, I wrote and directed and even helped the DP part of that project. And it was just yesterday I found out like some really kind of bittersweet news about that is one of the younger directors who directed a series for National Geographic, but also I was talking to my co-director and my cinematographer, and she says, I think you might be the first Indigenous woman to direct a series for National Geographic. And I was like, no way. Yeah. Which is like, I was like, oh, that's so cool, you know, but also kind of sad because they kind of feature a lot of Indigenous like peoples on there. I was like, it would make sense that they would have more creative producing and directing roles be held by Indigenous people as well, so we could tell our own stories through our own voices and through our own eyes. And so it's always bittersweet hearing things like that, because I'm like, really, just now? But also like, hell yeah, I gotta. I told my dad, and he was like, right on. He's like, yeah, you got a lot to prove. And I'm like, damn. Okay, let me finish it and let me finish the edit and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's my film and my film work, and I'm really proud to share it and to show it. It's technically a documentary, but it's a really weird one. It's like very experimental and a poetic documentary. And it was interesting because when we were applying to grants and funders, they asked, how is this a documentary? Like, there's so many parts that are like so dreamlike and so scripted, and there's a poetry like woven through over top. How is this not like a narrative or fiction? And I'm like, because it's my truth. It's my people's truth. I don't see any other way we could tell our creation story. This is our history. So you have to take a step back and look at what is even a documentary. It's truth. And just because it's not like traditional sit-down interviews doesn't mean it's not truth. So I'm really excited to share it. And yeah, I don't know. Should I open up for like a question or something? Okay. If anybody has a question or comment, I mean, you haven't seen it yet, but what's that? Showing's at 1:15. Yes, in the back. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, that was my great grandpa who he tried to find his way home, but like also like salmon, there was like a lot of disruptions and changes to his home that made it really difficult to find his way back. But that's another parallel, I guess, we have with our non-human relatives. Yeah, and yeah, there. Um, I think I always wanted to. I grew up hearing stories from about my great grandpa. He was, I think, the first Indigenous person nominated for an Academy Award, and my ta'a, who's up there, she would tell me stories where she was like at the Academy Awards, and she was like, "Yeah, I seen Jack Nicholson. He came up to me, and he was like, 'Who might you be?' And she was like, 'Amy George,' and he was like, 'The chief's daughter.' And she's like, 'Yep, that's me.' And I always thought that was really cool, and it was really cute. And then she talked about our people's ability to storytell, and his ability to storytell, and his ability to project like his truth out into the world. And I really admired that, and I felt like that's something I really wanted to do. And even now, my ta'a is like, pray to him because you're following in his footsteps, and you're telling our people's story, you're telling our truths, and you're putting it out in the world for people in the world to see. So pray to him and he'll be beside you. And I feel really connected to him for that reason. And I also act as well. He was an actor, and I love storytelling. I love, I don't know, getting to express myself. That's why. And I think I'll end it there. Thank you all for listening, and I hope you stick around to see it, my film. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. I think it's really important when we think about these things to think about oral history. You know, oral history is truth telling, and it's such an important part of like reclamation and instating ancestral governance and passing down that history and really controlling our narrative. So I want to thank you, Kaya George. If everyone could please make some more noise for Kaya George. And we're really looking forward to watching your film and to sharing that with you. And thank you for the work that you do. So what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. There's some lunch out there on the tables. The V's indicate vegetarian. And yeah, we'll be back here for the film at 1:15. So thank you all for sitting patiently and listening, and we'll see you soon. Better morning. Okay, so two things. Okay, so two things. We need to push this back. We need to refresh water. Hello, everybody. I hope you had a great lunch. I hope you were able to nourish your bodies. And so right now what we're going to do is we're going to watch the film, Kaya George's film. I believe it's about 9 minutes long. And so after we watch that, we'll have the moderator come out, we'll have the teacher come out and introduce our panelists. So sit tight and enjoy.
My name is Halia. I carry my grandmother's name, and she carries it from her grandmother that goes 13 generations back. I'm from Tsleil-Waututh Nation, which translates to people of the inlet. We didn't see this place the way the world does now. The water wasn't a commodity. It was what sustained us, it fed us and cared for us. It was who we are. It is our grandmother, the inlet.
This world has pushed us apart. I long for the day when my waters won't make you sick. I hold on to you with the last of my strength as my waters turn from blue to brown to a sort of gray. As my clam beds are degraded and filled with oil, I still hold you. I still have hope in my heart that someday we will be connected once again.
If only there were enough people who cared, who can see the water, the way I see it.
Flexing where you from when that's just stolen land. Pull up to the Capitol with murder plans. Sign the Constitution with some bloody.
I felt so much confusion in my youth. Too many demons who call themselves here to fight. Asked to save a world that's taken everything from me, everything from my people. I want to burn this fucking city to the ground.
We're only 6% of Canada's population, but you can obviously see that 40% of the people down here are our people. And they're not just homeless people. They're sons, their daughters, their nieces, their nephews, their uncles, their dads, their mums. They went through the colonial system that took away their right to have a ceremony and to feel the love of the ceremony. We're fighting this pipeline. Why? People say, why? Because we have a reciprocal relationship of spirit to those lands and waters. And that's what all these people here deserve to have. And that's one way we see it, all my relation, that everything's interconnected. So when you got fire, earth, water, and sky, you take two elements and put it together like smudge. And what comes out of the smudge is the spirit. They're like two human beings. They come together and they love each other. That's the spirit of love that's born between them. But there's also a spirit of love.
Speak for me, because you were entrusted with the ability to see and hear what others choose not to. It might not be fair to carry such a burden, but you are strong, stronger than you know.
I feel myself sinking into the darkness. I let go. Suddenly, I hear the words that evacuated everything, and perhaps even before I came into existence. Rise.
And suddenly there you are. It's real. I know it is. I feel it in my soul.
My heart pounds and the earth shakes, the waves crash.
And actually, she might share a song after. I don't know if that's a bit of a spoiler. I just wanted that to be a secret, but I'm pretty excited for it. So I thought I would share. Please make some noise for Katisha Paul.
Ait squeal, antipizza pnopowit, the cooksa sauce, tanitlin at zartlips, datlium sunamish silk, nilf nitenle lani riley, nilf nemenyak waylipton. Hait zap got homash quams komash telewatok, hait zap got homok mistimok, ni tutomok. Thiquam ait schnoiko ait squallow and not samak mistimok, e nequa eletha chaeli. It is a good day out there. Call squale. It's kind of, dark and cloudy, but it's still a good day. And we're all here together in this one space to share. Inequa eletha chaeli. Those who are working together are good to one another. I come from 4 nations, the Sartlip, Stalium, Swinomish, and Sealch Nation, so I'm Coast Salish and Interior Salish. I introduce myself and I bring my ancestors into this space in a good way, calling on their names and letting them know where I'm at so they could be here to provide us all with the strength that we need as we move forward in these conversations. In our last conversation, we talked about the education and our policies and sovereignty over our food systems. In this conversation, we're going to be talking about resistance and resurgence. I'm really excited about these next panelists that we have coming on, and I'm going to take my seat and we'll be calling them on forward. So for today, in this session in the afternoon, we have ancestral governance, Indigenous land defense, Indigenous laws, and the Landback movement. Some of the conversations we had earlier on today, we were talking about Landback as well, and it's nice to see that theme moving forward because it is important. Our cultures and our languages are derived from the land, and when we gain land back, we're gaining more. And that's what our panelists said earlier, is we can't separate our languages, our cultures from the land. And when we return back to the land after land back, it means that we are coming into a point in our time when we get to celebrate who we are and be proud of who we are here as Huamuch Mistimuch, as people of the land. I am delighted to introduce our first speaker. Their name is Chief Namox. They are the hereditary chief of the Tseu clan, Wet'suwet'en. Namox will share their knowledge of what ancestral governance looks like in practice, with examples of individuals, communities, and/or nations asserting or fighting for the recognition of ancestral governance. They will discuss the systemic and communal barriers that they have encountered during this work. Everybody, a great big round of applause, please. Our next presenter is Ray. They are in Anishinaabe, and they are an environmental and Indigenous rights lawyer. Ray will discuss Indigenous laws and ancestral governance with nation-led inherent jurisdiction-based strategies being implemented to assert their sovereignty. They will discuss these examples in relations to efforts or contributions made to the land back movement in resistance to settler colonialism. A round of applause, please. For our last speaker, their name is Sylvia McAdam. They're from the Suswayham Treaty 6 Big River. They are the Idle No More co-founder. Sylvia will discuss the history of land defense through the lens of Idle No More, sharing lived experiences as to what it all entailed while doing that frontline work to defend the land and water, creating a national movement. They will also discuss the risks associated with land defense and share insights into how we can mitigate those risks to ensure that we are being as effective and safe as possible while doing this work. A round of applause for Sylvia. Pass the mic on over. There you go. It's a great honor to be sitting with each and every one of you. Your work and your efforts is such a huge inspiration to all of us people here, the Kwamok Mustimok, the people of this land, and our accomplices, our settler visitors here in what is now called Canada. And I'm really looking forward to the conversations and what it is that we can learn from you together as one with Natsamat Mustimok, one heart and one mind. I just want to remind you that for the questions we're going to be moving in the same format as we did the last session. We're going to have the past, the present, and the future. As a reminder, those three are so interconnected. We can't separate the past from the future or the future from the present. We have to know that when we live and when we speak, sometimes our words are not our own. Sometimes we're speaking from our ancestors that are speaking through us. Sometimes when we're speaking, we don't speak for ourselves, but we're speaking for our unborn great-grandchildren who are going to be walking this world after us. We're weaving the past, the present, and the future together. And within each of those, you're going to have themed questions. We're going to start off with the past. Before that, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves in a good way, taking about 1 to 2 minutes. And we'll start off with Sylvia and work our way to the right. Thank you.
That's it. Well, like my name states, my name is Sylvia McAdam Saisiuiham. Obviously, I'm not Irish. McAdam came from the Indian residential schools when 2 of our great-grandfathers ended up there, and they went in there with names like Abstinis and Tapis, and they came out William and Peter McAdam. So today we're retrieving back our inherent name of Saisiuiham. So that's, and I come from the Treaty 6 lands. I'm a direct descendant. My family is direct descendants of the treaty peoples, and we did not cede or surrender. Let's make that clear. We did not cede or surrender. Absolutely not. And those who uphold that narrative are actually supporting a colonial lie. So we did not cede or surrender. Ixa.
I was just so into that. Buju Nindina Wemaganatuk, Manganus, Gian Jean Jean Tuk, Indigenous cause, Makwan Dutam, Anishinabeg of Neongashin and Dunji. My English name is Rihanna Seymour Huri. I come from the Anishinabeg Nation in Treaty 3, another treaty nation that did not cede or surrender our lands, but we did enter into treaty relationship with the Crown to share our land in exchange for certain promises. It was under our sacred laws that we entered into these relationships, and we speak to the spirit and intent of treaty rather than what is written. And we heard this morning a bit about that lie that we've been told through education and all of that. But yeah, I am Anishinaabe, and I've been living on these beautiful lands for going on 7 years now. Working as a lawyer, working in solidarity with nations who are standing up their laws, who are taking back their lands, taking back management, and guiding their practices in their inherent jurisdiction and inherent laws as well. So that's a little bit about me. I'm a very, very proud auntie, and I'm a jingle dress dancer, a sun dancer, and I've been speaking and working with the water for the last 11 years. So kachimi gwich for listening.
I am Chief Namox. I'm a hereditary chief, the highest ranking chief of one of the 5 clans of the Wet'suwet'en. And what makes me the highest ranking chief is I actually caretake the other house chief name, who is actually the highest ranking ward chief of Quees. The name I carry has been in our family, our bloodline, for thousands of years. I'm not elected. I've had a few positions in the past where I was unelected, not as chief, but in other positions. And I never truly understood when my grandmother was Chief Namox that she was a high-ranking chief because she was simply granny, but she was the one that taught us. We are matrilineal. I'm half Gitxsan, I'm half Wet'suwet'en. We follow our mother, our grandmother. That's how we evolved. That's how we're taught. That's where our laws come from. On my Gitsan side, my dad's brother, Ben McKenzie, he was Chief Luckajus. And then after that was my other uncle, Art Ridsdale. He was Chief Luckajus. So on both sides, there comes a huge responsibility of uplifting those names and knowing that your law comes from land, air, water to uphold the people. I often have a hard time describing to people that we as hereditary chiefs, we're not the high pinnacle. We're not. The people are. We're simply there to lift up the people with the land, the air, the water. Our law is a Naknu 10. It's our way. That's how we do it. Always have, always will, and it won't stop with me. Messiah.
Hi, thank you all so much for that wonderful introduction. I am, yet again, I just need to say that I'm so honored to be in your presence and to know that each of you were born into these positions that you hold now as an anti-hereditary chiefs, land defenders. You are all so amazing and so powerful and so strong. And if there's any way that I can give you that energy that you need as we continue forward all together as one in these fights for our land and to ensure that we have the resurgence of our laws that are derived from the land and the water, I'm here for you as well. On to our next question. What does Landback mean to each of you? And Chief Namox, can we start with you?
Land back, 2 words, right? But it means so much. It just means we just want to be who we are before contact. We, the Wet'suwet'en, were one of the last in North America to have European contact. European contact happened in my grandmother's time. That's why we're so strong in our law. They tried everything to take it away. They're still trying it today. Land back just means knowing who you are, where you come from, and what you're doing for the future. We're not here to take anything away. We just look after what is there, what we are doing. We don't want more than what we ever had. We just want to caretake what is there to make sure the next generations have it for themselves, not only for Indigenous people, as Jesse said earlier, for the betterment of all. And the only way that you're going to have that is with land back, because the true caretakers of this land are not going to be selling it to an industry to make profit for someone else. They're there to look after it for the future. And when we look after it today and for the future, we're going to help this climate change disaster that we're facing right now. We wouldn't be in this situation right now if we'd have stayed in control. We, as you, are unceded. We've never signed a treaty. We went through court, Belgamukastewe, December 11th, 1997, to prove that we exist. We've never ever given up anything. And that's what land back means. Sometimes you got to go through their court system to prove it. We proved it. We exist. We are unique. I don't know why they want to call us unique. Every human is unique in my eyes. But that's what land back is, being human and doing the best for the future. Messiah.
I feel like this question can be answered so differently depending on the day and depending on what's coming up in the moment. But I feel like for me right now, land back means reclamation and revitalizing that internal power, that internal pride. And we're really witnessing that with our young people coming up, and even just that beautiful film we just watched by fellow youth, Kaya George, and reclaiming our stories, relearning our songs, relearning our languages, and being proud about it, sharing that with our peoples, with you know, anybody who's listening. And I would say land back is language back, is pride back, is love back, is children back. And yeah, I think it's all about reclamation, revitalization, and sharing language.
Well, that's a loaded question, and land back, I think, is asking ourselves, how do we get there? How do we get to the point? What are we going to do with our lands when we do get it back? Are we going to posture and mimic the colonizer in the exploitation of our lands to feed into the economy? Because we're seeing that already, our own people buying into the narrative that there'll be no existence of an economy without it. Will we step in as a colonizer to exploit the lands? What does land back really mean in terms of deprogramming? And I know the word is decolonizing. I prefer the word deprogramming. Deprogramming how we see the land and unsettling the settler within. Taking a deep dive into patriarchy, into misogyny, sexism, bigotry, and for the settlers, racism. This system would not function so well the way that it is without our contribution to it. And it's moving very well because people buy into the idea that we need it. So I think the first steps toward it is to begin unpacking those narratives that exist within us that have been taught to us in the education systems. These education systems produce obedient servants of the crown. All of our children come out of these systems performing whiteness. Even for me to sit here and speak in this language, I'm performing whiteness. And that's the work from Dr. Sheila McLean, and you can go and research it. You are not going to be taught this information in the education systems. I had to teach myself with the support of incredible scholars that are doing this work. So to deprogram, what is that going to look like? We need to challenge how women are viewed in these systems, the violence. And I'm researching that right now. And I speak to my own brothers at our tables, and we need to begin there. You'd be surprised what you will find. You'd be surprised what they harbor in the dark corners of the settler within. It's really scary, the conversations that come up at your own dinner tables. So I suggest to you to begin there and inform yourselves, educate yourselves, because no one else is going to do it for you. What's white privilege? What is it? What is the dehumanization and domination language that we are taught, where we're labeling ourselves as activists and environmentalists? What is that? So that's the deprogramming that I hope that I'll leave within your minds. Thank you.
Hi, Chkat. Thank you. Unsettling the settler within. I agree. It's going to be difficult work, and it's going to take all of us. And as we think about deprogramming and indigenizing spaces and processes and policies, we can also, in our minds today, as we move through conversation, be reminded that we are in ceremony. As we talk together, as we have our water, as we have our medicines, and we have our babies with us, remember that we're in ceremony. And when we talk, no matter what it is that we say, we can always say it in a form of prayer when we speak it out into existence. And what you're speaking out today, and what we're going to be hearing from our panelists, those are prayers. Those are the next steps that we need to move forward in. Chief Namox, I want to ask you, what is ancestral governance from your perspective and nation, and what are some examples of how your nation's governance was practiced and still is practiced to this day?
You know, in so many ways, we're so fortunate to be one of the last, if not the last, to have European contact because of where we live and our laws. We protect our boundaries. The example I can use, Hudson Bay Company, when they come into British Columbia, they would trade with our neighbors of the Gitxsan and of the Lake Babine, but they come into our territory, we simply got rid of them. We would trade with our neighbors who did deal with them. But that goes back into why we still exist today, why our feast system is still so strong today, why our laws are being upheld the way that we have. Anak Nuaten, our law, our way. The past is always present. And if you don't teach your children right to respect that, our biggest word is wagus, respect. You have to respect that. Otherwise, you don't know what they are willing to do, good, bad, or indifferent. But if you follow your culture, it'll always be good because the law comes from the land. And if they get to understand that, respect that, honor that, then you know yourself. They've got an open mind, they've got a good heart. You can raise good people by having that connectedness to the land. It's been proven time and time again. Our fee system is so strong and so vibrant that the children from small to my age are ingrained in it. It's just a part of life. And if we have to force somebody to do something, they're not going to enjoy it. They're not going to celebrate it. It's the same way as when I grew up. I still remember a sign on Main Street in Smithers in a restaurant that said, "No dogs or Indians allowed." That's really not that long ago. But if you think to where we are today and the changes that have happened, I think that's the presence of the past being there to teach us that there's a better way if we strive for it. I think if we just throw up our hands and say this is normal, we would not be where we are today. Yes, there's violence coming at us. Yes, there's all the violence to our women, to our land, to our water, to our very governance system itself. But the very fact that we have that strength to rely on the past is what is great for the future. And we know that the youth today have got it. You are a lawyer. We have lawyers, we have doctors, we have biologists. Take the best, learn from the best of the best to be the best of the best, but don't forget where you come from, ever, because that is your guiding principle. If you don't have that core, that base that is strong, you can be influenced in so many ways. That dollar bill becomes more important than your culture. It becomes more important than your grandmother. It becomes more important than the water you drink. But if you have that base, that very base, doesn't matter what age you get introduced to it, if that base is there, keep it strong. One thing about our culture, our elders always tell us, we can't go around it, we can't go over it, we can't go under it. We got to go through with this. And that's exactly what a Nuknuatan is. A Nuknuatan, our law, our way, that is who you are, that's who you will remain. Messiah.
Thank you for that. It's so important to hear these stories and through our languages. You hear in our languages what our laws are and what our protocols are and what it is that we need to do. And I feel like that's what the colonizers really wanted to distinguish from us. They needed to get rid of it because they seen that we were so strong in who we are. And it's because of people like all of you and everybody in this space today that we're striving in our excellence. We're moving through. We're not moving around. We're not beating around the bush. We're getting straight to the point. Rihanna, what are Indigenous laws? And how did your nation practice Indigenous laws pre and during contact?
Yeah, so Indigenous laws, there are multiple expressions of our laws, and you've been seeing them throughout the day. But our laws are in our songs, they're in our art, they're in our stories, they're in our technology, they're in our hearts, they're in our minds. It's through observation, it's through relationship with the land, with the natural environment, with the water, with each other as well, and that intergenerational knowledge transfer that's been passed down through generations and generations. You know, our laws are inherited, they're passed down, so that makes them inherent within us and to us. So our laws are very complex, and they're very ancient and they're very old, but there's a lot of, you know, like what was talked about this morning, our right to evolve. There's a lot of evolution with our laws as well. And there's different sources. So some sources that I can think of right now are natural law. You know, water must flow. Water holds the right to flow. And if water can't flow, then there's going to be consequences for everybody, not just that water, but for all life. There is sacred law, and I mentioned that at the beginning when I was talking about our treaty. The spirit and intent was guided by our sacred pipe. And so, you know, that sacred pipe represents our direct relationship with Gije Manitou, the creator. So sacred law is guided by our sources of sacredness. And one example, yeah, I was just thinking about is our pipe. It's also sema, tobacco, you know. There's also positivistic law. So doing what Auntie says, doing what Kukum says, you know, it's because Kukum said that, or it's what I seen. There's customary law. So customs that are, you know, practiced over time. That's just the way we do things. You know, that's how I seen my family do it. You might do it differently as a different family, as a different nation, but this is what I've seen. This has become our custom. And there's also like social, it comes from sources of socialization as well, because we're so connected to our specific place. So we act differently. You know, that's why there's different dialects in our language. And I think about my people, the people who live by rushing rivers, they speak faster than the people who live by a calm lake. So it has a direct relationship with our natural world, with the creator, with our songs that have been passed down, with our relationship with the land, with the water, with all those beings. You know, Nindina Wemagana took all of our relations. But I think what ties us all together is our laws are grounded in responsibility and obligation. You know, we protect the water because we have to, because it depends that what we depend on water, past, present, and future, and everything in between. And you know, that Nindina Wemagana took that obligation to look after all of our relations is what grounds us. So, miigwech.
Thank you for that. When we talk about the land as our law, I'm interested, Sylvia, how might you describe the history of land defense and land relationship? Also, what did nations do to protect their territories pre-contact?
Well, I wrote a book called Nationhood Interrupted, and there's one story there that really resonates. Back in the day before the white people stepped on our lands, for the Nihiwak, that's the nation I come from, Nihiwak, but the white people, they call us Crees. So when the Blackfoot or other nations were gonna cross our territory, they would come to our boundary. And when they arrive at our boundary, they would take a pole with kinnikinnick. Kinnikinnick is our sacred tobacco, and they would tie it to the top of that stick or a pole, and they would put it into the ground, and they would step away and go camp somewhere. And if they come back and that kinnikinnick is gone, they have permission to cross our lands. That was part of the land defending. And also, I have a story, and my dad always said, share a story. Story resonates. And I want to share a history, and I'll try to make it quick. We always battled with the Blackfoot. The Anishinaabe and the Nihiwak got together. My mushum was about 8 or 9, and his dad told him, you're coming with me, Estam, Ukawitiwin. So he went along with his dad, and these histories are so specific that I heard my mushum say his tapan, his grandmother that time, made 12 moccasins for my mushum to carry to get him to the battle and back. They were going to go fight the Blackfoot. So they got on their horses. My grandfather, my mushum, went with his dad, and they left with the Anishinaabe, our allies. And my mother is Anishinaabe. and they rode off to what is now known as North Battleford, but in the language, Noten Sipi. And they got there, and it's a long story, but I'll make it short. We battled the Blackfoot, and history will say we won. And when the men came back, the women raised up their lodges, and they said, no more, no more. There was death, lives were taken. That's unacceptable. I don't know who reached out to who, but in the women's lodges, decisions were made and songs were sung, and the women invoked their most sacred jurisdictions. So we met with a Blackfoot in what is now known as Medicine Hat, Maskihiwastuten. And when we sat down with a Blackfoot, the leading men and the leading women brought forward their children. And we exchanged children with our enemy. Do you know why? Because you don't make war on your child. We made a peace and kinship treaty with the Blackfoot. Can you imagine the kind of love that women had for peace and law to do that? And which women they decided in the women's lodges would give up their child? That's our land defense. That's our peacemaking. And that treaty did not create peace for one day. It's a generational treaty that I still carry and remember, and we uphold it. And my grandfather, who was 8 or 9 at the time when he witnessed the battle unfolding, went with his dad so that he could look after the horses. And he stood on a high hill watching the battle unfold. So that's our land defense, that's our treaty. And it was the women who decided this. That's the power of women. Thank you.
Hi, Chika. You gave an amazing example of the power of our stories. And you mentioned earlier as well that our stories are also laws. And that is a great law and a good reminder to all of us about the power of our birth givers and that sacrifice that had to be made by those women for peace and for justice and for the unity of nations to say, stop. We must protect all of us because we are more than war. And that was really beautiful. Thank you. Before we move into the second part, into the present, I would like us all to practice a part of our protocols. And it may get a little bit loud, and we only have 1 minute to do this. But I want each of you to turn to one of your neighbors that you're sitting with and tell them who you are. Introduce yourself, where you're from, what your intent is on being here. And if you get us that far, let your partner know what you want to learn from here and maybe what you enjoyed best about lunch. So I'll give you 1 minute.
That sounds so good.
20 seconds. All right, everybody. Let's center back in on our focus to our panelists here today. Give you 3, 2, 1. Thank you all. Sylvia, your story actually leads perfectly into our next section about our present and the importance of being accomplices and allies, making that relationship that all of you had just done in that short little exercise of talking to one another, building relationships, building connections, finding new friends, and what I just heard here, finding new relatives in these spaces. You could never walk into a space like this and not find a cousin, and that was beautiful what I just witnessed there. And so Chief Namog's moving into the present from the past, remembering that we can't necessarily block those off into silos, but trying to focus into the present now. What approaches are you seeing today in how nations are asserting and revitalizing their ancestral governance structures?
I've seen so many changes in this last decade. To me, it's actually quite unbelievable. And it's all about making those relationships happen. It's about reaching out to each other, understanding each other, understanding that if you have a conversation, you'll find out you got the same goals. We've had a number of opportunities to travel throughout the world. And no matter where it is, they have the same concerns. So start those conversations and remember that allies is how you win. You could never, ever win if you ever work in isolation. Find that commonality, number one, the humanness of it, and then have those conversations. You'll find out that there are so many people that believe in what you're doing. And if you fall into the narrative that comes from either government or industry, that you're working in isolation and they know the answer to everything, you better give your head a shake, because that's not the truth. The truth is what other people will tell you. We often say that you don't go knocking on somebody's door every time you need something. Sometimes go over there and have a cup of tea and have a conversation, because you will learn more from that than you will by demanding things. We've had police come through our doors, axes, power saws, attack dogs. Believe me, that's not the way to enter somebody's house. But they don't realize we're withhold, and you know what? We're still here because we have allies. We've had those conversations. We found the commonality, and the very fact that our past is still living and will always live, and you just express that humanity and you control the narrative and don't let anybody do that. That's what the future is, letting you have your own voice. For years, they didn't allow us to have it. You stated it, both of you stated that. But the very fact is, you have a voice, you have a heart, you have a mind, you have a soul. And the thing is, if you keep those conversations happening, you will know that everybody is human. Money is not, neither is industry. At this point in time, neither is government, whether it be the non-democratic party, the liberally violent party, or the KKK conservatives. Right now, they're being steered by an industry and not by the human. But have those conversations, because that's what the forward thinkers do, and that's what the future is. And that's why the youth are learning to be so progressive at this point in time. Messiah.
I completely agree with you. How long are those handouts of money going to dry our tears from our losses? We have to really think about the ways that we can work together as one and make those partnerships with our nations and our neighbors, and settle old wars, so that way we can work together against now our common enemies, those industries. There's this extractive resource industries that are trying to take from us, and they aren't seeing the spirit of who we are, and they aren't seeing the spirit of that land and the water. And once we see that and we acknowledge that all together, that we have a common goal, we can get so much done, moving straight through. So thank you. Moving to Rihanna, I want to talk about the laws in Landback. What are you seeing today in how nations are asserting their jurisdiction and implementing their Indigenous laws to protect, conserve, and restore their territories?
Yeah, so I think I'll start with just explaining what jurisdiction means. And I was talking a bit about our inherent rights that have been passed down from generation to generation. That's based on our obligations and our responsibilities to our land. So basically, jurisdiction is like our right to look after our relationships, our right to make decisions about our bodies, our lands, our people, and so that's jurisdiction. You know, like, and our jurisdiction is inherent. We inherit it from previous generations. So I, as a lawyer, I focus on environmental and Indigenous rights. So they're kind of combined, but I work with nations who are protecting their lands grounded in their Indigenous laws, grounded in their inherent jurisdiction. And there's so much work going on across Turtle Island that is like, that can be as small as somebody relearning or learning a song to as big as nations reclaiming their entire languages. So the spectrum is so massive on what practicing Indigenous law is. And you heard the diversity and how we responded to what does land back mean to us. So just always remember and recognize that it is so diverse, it is so big, it is so small. It could be in our day-to-day lives, or it could be over lifetimes as well. So what I'm seeing, I think, in common pieces on supporting nations, standing in solidarity with them, learning from them, learning with them, and offering some of the tools that I've accumulated over time in my westernized education, is that education is key. We have to, share the truth, because as we've heard in panel one, those lies have been told for so long that even our people believe these to be true. So not only is education important for the wider public, but like it was said too, it's like having these conversations at our kitchen tables, and that includes for us as Indigenous peoples. And reminding ourselves that we hold this inherent power, we hold inherent jurisdiction, we hold rights, that have been passed down, but they're also recognized in the Canadian Constitution, they're recognized in Canadian law, but that's not the really important piece. What's really important is us recognizing that within ourselves. So we see so much different spheres of Indigenous law, and some things that I've been a part of have been like water bush camps. So gathering together as peoples to pray about our water, to sing our songs about that water, to give our offerings to that water, because water holds spirit. And I've witnessed magic at these things, like the offerings being sucked down into the water, because they're just so appreciative of those offerings and of those prayers. There's Anishinaabe Quig who started water walks. So they would walk around lakes of water and learn about those waters. What's making them suffer? How do they act during different parts of the day? What do they need to support in thriving? And nations are expressing their laws in different ways, and some are choosing to express them in the written word. And the written word could be grounded in their language, but also in English, because to educate, a lot of people learn through writing, but we're also seeing a lot of videos being created too, and all these different ways of expressing stories. So yeah, and in my language, law is a Nakanagewin, and it's really like our relationships, our responsibilities to take care. And there's so much, we could go on and get bigger as well. But I see a huge movement within the legal sphere of nations declaring areas as protected under their inherent law, under their inherent jurisdiction. There's a lot of movements for Indigenous protected and conserved areas, and two-eyed seeing, and these different pieces of like revitalizing, for example, traditional harvesting mechanisms like fishing methods, but with modern technology. So it's like a mixture of both our worlds. So I think I'll stop there, but it's remembering, sharing, and grounding it in that truth of obligation and responsibility. Miigwech.
Thank you. You mentioned that many of our nations they have our laws and their languages and their songs and their writings, and we have different forms of expressing our laws and protecting them. And it's also important to note that we have so many distinct nations, meaning that we have so many distinct laws that may be contradictory to others, and sometimes they move forward on the same path, sometimes they're butting heads, and understanding that we have our ways of solving our problems, and sometimes that may not make sense to other nations, and it's about the reciprocity of teaching and accepting and honoring, respecting each other together. Sylvia, what are some of the greatest challenges and opportunities that you see for the collective movements of land defense taking place all across Turtle Island?
Well, some of it is heartbreaking, but at the same time, it's part of the reclamation. And I have pictures. Could those be shown? Right now, we're searching for graves, and these are the grave ones. Yep, keep going. Keep going. That's the one. So in our search for graves, there was technology that we relied on. And as you can see from the picture there, you could see the head and the torso. And these are children that ran when the Indian agent and the priests came, and my own people that have died. And this is work that's happening all across this side of the Turtle. And this is really important work. It pushes back on the colonial expansion, the continued recolonization. And these were lands that were going to be clear cut. And my brother, who's here, is leading the research, leading the technology, working with institutions to use their technology to confirm, and that's how their law works, to confirm. And the other thing that's happening, if we could move to the other pictures now, is something that grew out of Idle No More, One House, Many Nations, and it's called Making the Shift. And we work with young people, and I dislike the language of homelessness and at-risk youth, right? But for now, let's use that language. But these are young people that are unhoused. And we work with 5 of them. And this is our 5th year going into the fall. And these, these young people, one of them, his statement was, the longer I'm homeless, the less human I feel. And this young man in this picture is with his son. He's had a child since when he first came to us in this program. And could we move to the other pictures? Yep, keep going. That's his house being delivered. And every year, young people receive a home. And it's like a tiny home. And we're finding once they're housed, then they let go of their addictions, and they're back to hoping and dreaming and reaching out to other young people. And this is part of the work that grew out of Idle No More and One House, Many Nations. And we're focusing on the young people so that they can in turn focus on land protection. And that's the work that seems to be happening all across the lands. The hope of a home, the hope of having a shelter. But more needs to be done. More needs to be done. And with that is people learning about what's white privilege, the underlying title of the crown, the language of domination and dehumanization, where the media calls us protesters, in which the media calls us environmentalists or activists. It's a way of separating us away from the land, as if we pop out of nowhere and we're protesting. It's the language of dehumanization. And it's time to learn that and unpack it and move away from it.
Thank you. Data sovereignty right now is vital to the success of all of our nations. And it's vital to the success of ensuring that we protect our right to self-determination and having that ability to have people who are Khomukh, people of the land, doing the research that is required to further initiatives like gaining our houses back, finding our children and our loved ones and our sisters and our mothers. Yeah, of course you can add
I'm
one more
sorry
thing.
to interrupt. There's a really crucial piece here that I forgot to mention. When the machines were brought and we uncovered the graves, we knew the graves were there, but we just seeing them brought out by the machines was really something. But something else that was uncovered was the roots of the trees acted like a nest under the bodies, and that image came through. It was like those roots were cradling them. It's just incredible, just powerful work. And the gentleman that we worked with, he wouldn't do the work unless we smudged and we said prayers. And he's a settler. He's a settler, and he wanted that. And that's the truest form and the most sacred form of allyship. Yeah.
The imagery of that tree and our loved ones is stunning me right now. I can just go back to the conversation we're having earlier about the way that our land is our law. The trees were showing us exactly what we need to do to our loved ones who have passed on, still protecting, still harboring their purity and their souls, and with so much love. Thank you for that. We're going to take another short break. This one's going to be much shorter. After these conversations, I want us to all be able to take care of ourselves in a good way and remind ourselves that we are just human, but we're humans that breathe. And the fish breathe, the trees breathe, our little tiny little ancestors, the ants, they breathe. So let's take a couple of breaths all together and we'll get right back into conversation. Oh, and a nice little stretch as well. One more. Perfect. The best part about today for me has been talking about our future. As I mentioned as well, it's so hard to separate the future from the present. And what are we doing right now as we live and as we breathe as humans, as Kwamukh, Mistimukh, as people of this land for our future? What initiatives are we taking? What policies are we shutting down? What laws are we revitalizing? How far are we going to go in terms of being able to sustain our culture and our languages and our songs and our dances and all of our artistic forms? And I have, sorry, one moment. Chief Mox, I would like to ask you, what do you think the primary focus in preserving, reinstating, and asserting ancestral governance should be when considering adapting to create thriving futures for our people?
I think that's interesting because as you were speaking, I thought of what the last judge said when Chief Sale was in his courthouse. And what the judge said there is that Indigenous law is not compatible with Canadian law. And I thought, you know what? That's so 17 and 1800s. We're talking about tomorrow. When you talk about tomorrow, you got to think that those laws will always remain because they are the laws of the land. In our language, in Kodni, we're the people of the land. That's where the law comes from. So when we talk about culture and then we talk about yesterday, today, and tomorrow, I actually have a lot of faith in tomorrow. a lot because of what the youth are doing, the way they're learning it and how they're sharing their messaging, and the very fact that there's so much time and effort put into what we do to get to this point, not only by ourselves, but by our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. You think about the education system in our 22,000 square kilometers of land, as well as the 33,000 square kilometers of the Gitxsan land. Our languages are taught in every school. Our history books are in every school. It's mandatory. Before British Columbia made it, we had agreements with the school district on that. And I think about 7 or 8 years ago, I was walking down the street, we're having a break in a chiefs meeting with one of my fellow chiefs, and this little blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, he's walking by holding hands with his dad. He walks by and he goes, Huddy, Denny's ate Namak, so-and-so. So what he said is, hello, Chief Namox, are you doing well today, in our language? And so I thought that was the greatest thing ever. That's what progress is. So we walked a little bit, and me and my fellow chief, we stopped and watched. And sure enough, the father asked the child, what did you just say? So that's where the child teaches the parent, right? That is what progress is. But you got to put the time and effort into it too. It can't be all about anger. It can't be all about just banging your fist on the table. The first thing that'll happen when you're yelling at somebody or banging your fist on, they'll shut down. The ears will shut down. The hearts will shut down. The heart rate will go up. They're not listening anymore. They go into defensive mode. So we worked around it. There are so many ways to get to where you want, and not all of it has to be violent. We know that because if you look at the patterns of government and industry, the violence that come at us, that's all they know. So you got to be ahead of that. You got to expect that. And you got to know that you got to control that narrative. And when you control that narrative, that means that from little, our law says from cradle to grave. So why can't we do that with the rest of the world? That's why we speak at the UN. That's why we get invited to speak to world banks, so that we could put that humanity into it. Because maybe they don't have it. Because you got to think, again, money doesn't have a heart or a soul, but maybe you can get to the human. And if you can't, maybe the child will ask the parent, what did you do today? What did you do at work today? Who did you talk to? And if they have to say, oh, well, we had talked to an Indigenous person that is here simply to protect clean water, food, their freedoms, and the right to a future, maybe you're going to make them think. Because it's those questions that come from their own families that'll make the difference. They don't know me from Adam. I don't spend a lot of time swearing at them, but I do. What the hell, why not? I'm there. But sometimes you got to go there and you got to let them know that there's human in here, and we're more than just a number and just a statistic. And that's what the future is, letting them know that they have that voice, they have that right, they should question. Because who is going to be accountable to them when they ask that question? I'd love it to be there when that child asks that parent, what did you do as they were killing this world? What did you do as they were poisoning this water? What did you do as they were killing the foods? What did you do? I'd like to be able to say, at least I was there. I said something and I did my part. They can't say that aside.
Thank you. And that's a great reminder to all of us that all of the actions that we're taking today, you know, as I mentioned earlier, we're writing our own history right now. And what do you want people to say about you? How do you want to be viewed when you're passed on? How do you want your grandchildren to talk about you? Are they going to have faith in the next generations? Are they going to be proud of the generations that passed before them, us? So thank you so much for that, Chief. And I just want to remind everybody before we move on to the next question, if all of you would like to ask any questions, we're going to have some time briefly at the end for a few questions. And you can also log into menti.com. The code is 36550. If you are too shy or just don't have the energy to get on the microphone and talk, you can also just log onto there, put your question in, and we'll have some time for that afterwards. But moving forward, Rihanna, in the current climate on Indigenous law in relation to the colonial occupying state's legal system, what are some barriers, issues, and opportunities to move forward?
Miigwech. I like to think of examples. So I work really closely with the Similkamich. They are part of the wider Syilx nation in the Similkameen Okanagan. So I've grown quite close with them, working with them for the past 6 years. And they are putting their management on the land, right? But one example that came up that was an extreme barrier within Canadian law was putting fire on the land. Our peoples have been putting fire on the land, have been in relationship with fire since the beginnings of time. And a lot of our old stories and our relationship with fire is so much different than the Western way of thinking about fire. You know, Western ways of thinking about fire is it's bad. It comes from hell, you know, like there's associations with really negative things. But in our stories, fire is sacred. Fire holds spirit. And fire came to us in times of extreme, extreme need in a lot of our stories. So today, for, you know, Indigenous peoples within Canada trying to get fire on the land, trying to practice our ceremonial burning, our cultural burning of the landscape, you know, managing those lands to prevent wildfires, to look after it so there's no landslides, you know, to bring back more biodiversity, to bring back those native plants, to replenish it. A lot of people just can't get their fire on the land because there's so much Canadian laws that prevent them, or there's just so much barriers to getting the appropriate qualifications or certifications to get that fire on the land. So there's just so much examples like that, but that's just one tangible example of trying to put fire on the land, but you can't because Canadian law says because of their relationship with fire is so different than our relationship with fire. But we see a lot of our people just doing it anyway. I grew up like seeing my brother's dad putting fire on the land, and I've seen the benefits of it. Like the next spring, there'll be like native plants just coming back like crazy, and there'll just be all these bugs, all these bumblebees, you know. Then you'll see way more deer coming in, and when the land is taken care of, then the water's better too, so the water looks stronger this year. So that's just an example. And when we think about, you know, our ways of doing things and the way we think, our worldview, I always think of like a swirl. Like it's a swirl, and like past, present, future is all together, you know. But with the Western way of thinking and with Western law, with Western decision making and Western stories, it's more like of a line. There's like a beginning, and then there's a middle, and then there's an end. But like our way of thinking and our way of being is like so connected and moving and continuous and all of those things. So, you know, there's these two worldviews coexisting together. And you know, there's a space here for it to connect, for it to be bridged, you know. And they call that like two-eyed seeing sometimes, they call that legal pluralism. But if we think back to even when we first began, you know, in like relationships between Indigenous peoples and settler relations, I can think about my people, and it was our laws that were governing here, and it taught them how to exist on our lands. People wouldn't have been able to survive on my lands. Like we have extreme winters. They wouldn't have been able to find that out by themselves. They were taught because of our generosity, because of our love, because it's our obligation to share what we know, right? So I believe that there's a way to get back to that. That wasn't so long ago. And just remembering, you know, that our past could be our future as well. Miigwech.
Thank you, Rihanna. You inspire me so much because of that balance that you have to strike every single day. It may not be easy, and like I mentioned earlier, any energy of mine, any love, any prayers that you need to continue to work forward as you work through your journey within law and working within the westernized systems that were made to be built against us but not for us, and ensuring that you're letting them know that we think much differently than they do. Everything is not linear. There is not a beginning, middle, and end. There just is. So thank you so much. And I'm sure we can all feel it in this room, and if there's anybody watching online as well, that inspiration. Sylvia, you also have worked so diligently for our people, and sometimes it's thankless work. I want to thank you as we wrap up here and before we end off with this last question, because the work that you've done and the work that our ancestors have done before us, they're all telling us what we need to do. And so I want to know, and so do all of us, we need to know, what do we do? What do you foresee as the biggest issues that we have and the barriers to land defense? And how do we move forward to ensure protection of the land for our future?
Well, I think the biggest barrier is reaching out to that ordinary Joe that's sitting in front of the TV, or the ordinary Jane that's cleaning up her house, reaching out and pulling them to care about what's happening, to take action. And taking action doesn't mean, and I don't want to sound critical, but posting on Facebook and saying prayers up, that gives the illusion of, hey, I did something today. That's fine, but also take action. Taking action means going out to the land, supporting land defenders. When Idle No More was in the political consciousness in public, I was prepared and expected the attacks from non-Indigenous peoples. I was braced for that. I was ready. What I didn't expect is when our men started attacking, our Indigenous men, and then the women followed. That blew me away. And I understand what colonization can do to people, but it still hurt. It still hurt. Now, today, we're in a cusp of a global violence, and women are targets, and we see that in Palestine, Sudan, in the Congo, in many areas. Right now, I'm doing research on the violence of women, and there's something very devastating, and it's still in its preliminary stages. I know there's violence against Indigenous men. I know that. This is not a competition. It isn't. But the court cases that are coming out in the research is that non-Indigenous women, when they get murdered, the murderer does everything they can to hide the body. With brown and black women, they make an effort to hide the body. With Indigenous women, it's not enough to kill the women. There's something very deviant that happens. They start cutting up the bodies of women. It's as if murder is not enough. They have to project their hatred against Indigenous women by cutting up bodies. It does the profound act of deviance that's projected against Indigenous women is what needs attention. And Indigenous women are the biggest threat against the colonial state. They're the biggest threat, women, ladies. And right now I'm doing everything I can to protect my brown, Indigenous granddaughters. And this is part of it. At my heart, I'm an introvert, and I resent that I have to be in public at times. But whose voice is going to be heard here? Because of the European Mundial credentials that we carry here, our voices carry some merit. Ma kanihio yan mui kan stohtauna. Igo kaki pinihio yan. But if I speak my language, I'm not understood in these spaces. So in my performance of whiteness, I want to disrupt that narrative of that violence against women, because all of us are needed in these spaces. I went to a gallery one time, and in that gallery, there was an audio clip that said, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of colonialism. So I leave that with you. Go to your dinner tables, have conversations with your families. You'd be shocked at what you will uncover. You'd be shocked at what kind of conversations the darkness of colonialism and patriarchy can do to even our own families. We need to talk to our sons. We need to talk to our grandsons. So in a bigger picture, we need each other, and it's the love of the land that will drive us to take action. So I invite you to come to our lands. Dakota and Cassie already have. And there's a lot of work. And like I said, we need each other. Thank you.
We can't do anything until we heal and we bring that love back to our people. And through conversations, I feel it now already that there's parts of us and all of us that are healing already just by hearing what's being done, the possibilities of change, what's already being changed now with our young ones who are speaking the language and teaching their parents. We're healing from a very young age now because we have the ability to stay with our family and keep our babies in our nations and have our mothers with us every step along our journeys. That importance to protect our women and uphold them, bring us back to the matrilineal systems to ensure that our rights as women are upheld in a good way, and ensuring that our men are bringing that back, the warrior spirit that we all need of that protection of us. Because we can't do anything here to get our land back until we heal our spirits. We heal our spirits when we return to the land to get our culture back, to get our languages back, to get our children back and our women back. I thank you so much for these conversations. I'm going to move it on now to questions from the audience. If we could have a runner with the mic, if there is anybody in the audience that has a question, again, I want to remind you that you can also log into menti.com. The code for that is 36550. And maybe in the meantime, I'll read out one of the questions that we have online, and then we'll move to in person. And feel free, the three of panelists here, to answer as how you see fit. How can youth disconnected from their family and land connect with their purpose and community and the Landback movement?
I guess I can speak a little to that. I think it starts with making relationship with the land. Like, so for me, what I like to do is I like to go spend time with water that's running and just getting to know that water a little bit. And I just did that recently, like a few days ago. And like, I would see people come by and they would come for like a minute and then they would leave. So I would say like to slow down and to spend time and to reconnect with breath. And I think once you kind of open up your own self to wanting these types of like community or wanting these types of conversations to happen, once you kind of make that agreement with yourself, then I feel like it starts opening up. You start meeting people on similar journeys, and you'll start going to places like this to meet people who are interested in similar things. So I feel like it starts with self, and then it also goes to stepping out of your comfort zone and going to events and going to different things, you know, to be able to connect with other people.
Thank you for that. Do we have anybody in the audience that has a question for our panelists? Not seeing any, I will move to another question from online, and this is asking, how would Landback and decolonization be possible while capitalism is still the dominant system we have to adapt to?
Do we have to adapt to it? That's the question. I was recently in Iceland and Norway, and I was shocked. I was shocked. First time in my life, I did not see one homeless person. Not one. And not one McDonald's, no Tim Hortons, no Starbucks. In 2006, Iceland kicked them all out. Bon voyage. They put them on ships, I think. And then I thought, it's a small population, they could do it. And then I went to Iceland, Norway, same thing. I didn't see any homeless people. And I don't like that term, unhoused people. And I found out these are two socialist governments. Canada's failing its citizens. And not to mention Indigenous peoples, because we're not Canadian. Go research that. And the Canadian people are being failed as well. We could do better. I used to hear people say Canada's third world country. And I didn't understand that until I started traveling other countries. Canada is a third world country, and it's being run by very problematic people. And if the Conservatives get in, we're going to be in the worst shape. You think Trudeau and the Liberals are bad? We're going to go from the pan to the fire. That's what's going to happen. So if you want to vote, I suggest you really consider what kind of government you're voting in. We need to start moving towards this more socialist government. And I've seen how successful that is going to different countries.
Thank you for that answer. I definitely agree. We can adapt as Indigenous peoples to many things, but having to fall victim over and over again to capitalism is not in our books anymore. We're not going to make that move. We're going to move forward with our own Indigenous knowledge. Would you like to speak to that question?
Well, just quickly, you know, in this country, they always talk about the financial deficit. Along those same lines, maybe they should be talking about the moral deficit. You know, let's ask those questions. They always want to talk, oh, we got to make more money to bring us out of this deficit. The deficit we have right now currently is actually a moral one. Thank you.
Yeah, you have to have the will to make change. And I see that all of you clearly have the will to make change. We have one more question. Before I go to the question online, I'm just checking again for the audience. If there's anybody, seeing none. Our next question says, thank you for sharing the truth. I heard, and I am present to continue to be a student and an ally. How can we help to remove the propaganda and the lies that exist in the old history books?
Every day history is supposed to be made, you know. History isn't yesterday. You're making it today. Make that a realization. We put out our documentary, Inta. It was over 10 years of filming. What happened to us? That's our truth. That's not the narrative that the government or industry has. It's a truth because everything's on film. So that's historical. So what you need to do is make your own history. The only ones that can change this is you. This is supposed to be a democratic country. As a democracy, you're supposed to have a voice. You're supposed to be listened to. You're the bosses. Don't forget that. Make that history. Sometimes things seem a little bit hard, but you know what? If things weren't hard, what would we be fighting for? You know, if you actually think about it, a lot of obstacles that are out there, we create for ourselves. I didn't think this skinny little Indian of the Wet'suwet'en be speaking at the UN or World Banks, but you know what? There was an opportunity. Those obstacles I removed, bought the ticket, and guess what? Those people got to meet with you. Those people are supposed to be accountable to it. You should demand those meetings. You should be able to use your voice. But I always tell the truth. I love it when they shift in their seats because they have to make another lie to tell the world. All we got to do is tell the truth. Truth is what is going to win this, and make that history, make that commitment, and just do it. It's not that hard to do. Sometimes it's harder to get out of bed than it is to do that. So yeah, not that hard. Just do it.
Just go down. That also brings me to unsettling the settler. Make them squirm, make them feel uncomfortable, because if somebody feels uncomfortable, they're going to have to be forced to ask more questions. And asking questions fosters that safe space. I find that when we have conversations with people, and if there's a light that's ignited with them, and you could actually see the shift in their mind, that moment of the aha, I get it now. Those are beautiful. Talking with people and seeing them light up in that way, it's been very beautiful, and I've seen it in all of you as well. Would either of you like to finish off with a closing statement for this last question?
Yeah, I think I always like to say that to be able to change laws requires transforming the social fabric of our society. And that means truth telling, to be able to influence the way people are like in relationship with the land, to influence their decisions. And it's done in relationship, and it's done with our allies taking risks with their positions to be able to advocate in their spaces. So it's about sharing these messages for our allies to share these messages, to amplify them, to be able to start shifting the way we make decisions. And I think like a huge thing that we have to do too is more localized decision making of our lands, because the people who are connected to those lands are the ones who know it the most, who should be making those decisions. But right now we're working under this system of people who are so disconnected to it that they haven't even visited there, but they're making those decisions. So yeah, to be able to, I love what was said about like we're living history now. So imagine in 10, 20, 30, 50 years, what they're gonna be talking about. You know, so miigwech.
Thank you so much. Can I get a round of applause for our wonderful panelists? Thank you so much. And if I can get you all, the three of you, to stand, I believe they will be.
So I'm just gonna switch my hat real quick because I've been supporting with planning and organizing this, so I'm not gonna be blanketed, but I wanted to support that.
But let's give her a hand because she's been absolutely amazing with this. Thank you all so much. Like, that was so powerful to witness, to experience, to learn from. And the Naskumta now, I'm grateful to you guys for sharing your knowledge and your experience and your education. You know, these times, they're invaluable for us. You know, collectiveness is so important. Learning from each other is so important. Upholding, you know, our elders and those that are learning from them is, like I said, invaluable. So we're so grateful to end the day like this, and we wanted to uphold you and honor you by blanketing you. Katisha, would you mind maybe sharing with those who weren't here for the first panel, please?
So I was mentioning earlier about the protocol behind our blankets, and it was interesting. When I was younger, I would laugh at my grandparents because their house is just full of blankets. They quite literally have thousands of blankets because they have hundreds in their house and then hundreds in storage. And I wondered, why are they doing this? They're just items. And then as I was growing up, I realized that they hold much more value than I could have ever anticipated. It's not just an item, it's warmth and the memories that we have shared here through conversation and laughter and tears, and as we were feasting together, all of those memories and those feelings, they're being held in the blankets. So anytime that our panelists anytime that they need that warmth again, to be reminded of how well this day went, they can just wrap themselves up in these blankets again. And myself.
So Katisha has done an absolutely amazing job today. And the knowledge that she carries, I know will carry future generations so well. So we also wanted to blanket her and thank her for sharing and holding space in such a good way. So we have some closing remarks from our lead organizers here. And I just want to thank you personally. My cup is full, my heart is warm, and I'll be taking a lot from this. So I'd like to introduce Casey Desjardins and Dakota Bear.
Thank you all, the panelists, the team, the staff, taking all the right steps in the right direction. You know, all the conversations that we had today, from Jessie, from Ingrid, from Claire, from Nomax, from Sylvia and Rayana and Katisha. There was so much medicine, and all those conversations are what move us and drive us, the medicine that fuels us, that spirit fuel that keeps us going every single day. And I like to think this kind of work fills us up, fills our spirit up, fills our cups up, because so we can go out there and our cups are overflowing onto the people around us. I've been on and off with my emotions. So many conversations are tear jerking. And it hit my spirit. My spirit was listening the whole time. And I'm just very grateful for the community of East Van, the community of Vancouver, the community that I've built coming from the plains, an urbanized Indigenous woman, learning how to reconnect with myself. And I'm grabbing pieces of conversations and medicine and stories and language, and that's who I am. And that's what I am, is this massive amounts of everyone's voices and medicine. And I'm so grateful and I'm so honored to do this work. And I can't wait to go home and hug my babies and just know that they're leading the way to the next generations. And we're all doing that work, breaking cycles. And to each and every single one of you that took the time and energy and the effort to come here today to listen with open hearts and open minds, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Hi, miigwech. And with that, we are party rocking tomorrow. Just like Jessie said, we have to celebrate. We have to come together. This was hard, truthful conversations. And tomorrow, let's keep the same energy. Let's transfer it into celebrating and uplifting one another, the local artists, the community. We have vendor markets, over 40 Indigenous vendors, BIPOC vendors that we can support Indigenous business and start rebuilding our own economies. So again, I want to see you all tomorrow. You're especially welcome. Rain or shine, the event will happen, and so grateful. Hi.
One sec. Y'all want to hear a song? I think a song is like the best way to close something out. And I apologize to Katisha for forgetting that she wanted to share her medicine. So if y'all are ready to hear a song and to close in an absolutely beautiful way, please have a seat. Do you need a mic? Okay.
I don't have my rattle with me.
We have one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We actually just had this feeling when we were leaving the vehicle to grab the rattle.
Well, while you're grabbing it, this song I found really to be a good one to share right now because it's what I'm feeling. It's what's sitting with me. It's what I'm hearing, and that's usually how it goes. It's a warrior song, and to each and every one of our panelists that have been up here, you are all warriors, and those who are running, thank you so much for all of this in this space. The song is to uplift you in any time that you need, to provide you the strength, the power, dignity, and pride that you need as we move forward in this really difficult work. But it's difficult, but anything beautiful is worth that pressure. Thank you.
That was amazing. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate the community for showing up. Make sure y'all travel safe home.